Oh my god. I forgot how loud my mic is. Okay. I made it in one piece. Guys, I'm dealing with weird tax stuff now. I don't want to get into it, but taxes are significantly complicated for me. They didn't used to be. They didn't used to be, but now they are. Welcome everybody. I hope everybody's having a good Friday so far. We are doing the pizza was okay. Mushroom tea. It was old and it was cold, so it didn't really hit the spot. But I mean, I wanted to have something in my body before I started the stream because I didn't get to actually make and consume a real breakfast. I was originally going to do an evening stream, but I thought that since it's 300, I might end up doing some type of like movie night. And I knew if I did the evening stream, it would run so late that like most people, especially on the East Coast, it would just be too late for them to do a movie night. So I'm doing it in the morning instead. I hope that's okay with everybody. Ooh. Ignore that. There we go. Brian's computer chair broke last night, and now they're working on the floor. True sad sack that I am. There's a really cool image of me on the floor of my apartment back before we got any furniture. And I definitely used to make music on the floor, so I feel you on that. Let me get Fruity Loops opened up here. Wait. Hello, Don Hardy. Welcome. Okay. So, to get the ball rolling, usually what I'll do in the beginning, thank you again, Oni. I didn't get to say it with my voice because my mic wasn't plugged in when I saw it the first time. But, I usually start the stream with a review because, especially in the morning, like working on new music, sometimes I need like momentum and to get the ball rolling, and usually I can do that by actually listening to something that's already come a little bit of a ways. I'm gonna go ahead and check really quick and see what I have that's not in the 90% range, like in my do not open range, before I start working on another track. We really have like shoveled so many of the studio tracks into like final workings mode, which is good. That's what you want, but it means I need to start making up a whole new batch of them. So there's this song. Hold on. There's this song in my Lucid folder called Blame, that for some reason has been giving me like, and this is old. So those of you that have been coming into production streams for a while definitely will have heard this before. It's kind of sitting in this, I want to say 70-80%, because like all the music is pretty much finished for it, and I just don't know who I want vocally. Like I'm like kind of going through like my Rolodex of like friends that I have that I know can sing pretty well, and I'm trying to figure out who exactly I can put in here, if not just myself. Sometimes I give up halfway and I just put myself into my songs because I don't know who else to have. Oh. I am not friends with Barry Gibb. That's funny though. Are you? Oh. Sorry. Okay, so every time I go back and listen to this, I wish that I saved what this staccato string patch was, because I love and even the hold on, let me see if I used like onboard reverb for that. I did. These strings, I wish that I had saved these because I need them. I feel like they work so well. Like they're kind of in this like higher register where they fit so well on the kind of like disco ensemble. People that have worked on music for a while, hello, Hanny. People that have worked on music for a while will know this, and for those of you that haven't worked on music at all, or maybe for not a very long time, there is this kind of, sometimes you have to do a lot of work with EQs to make things work, to make things fit, to make like music feel cohesive. But sometimes sometimes the sounds just play really well together. And whenever I do kind of reach that perfect synergy or whatever, I try to remember which sounds I was using, so that later on when I'm building songs, I just kind of know like these sounds play well together. Like if I have my 80s kind of like E piano, that does fit very well over an actual E piano just octave up. Like a lot of the fullness and richness of piano that I get when I play live is by playing in the lower register. And I have to sometimes remember that if I'm going into Fruity Loops, I don't need to do that. I can just play very simple chords like in the middle of the piano, and then play those same chords in the high part of the piano. And with a little bit of like EQ, you can get this like bright sound out of it, and it's not like conflicting with your basses. It's definitely a thing that doesn't always work out, guys. And so like learning how to properly use EQs is pretty important, especially if you're going to be spending a lot of time working on music. Learning what the harsh frequencies are, what the desired frequencies are, what the undesired frequencies are. That stuff can be pretty important. And it definitely comes with time. But sometimes, for example, this song, and there's a few other songs, I'm not going to open all of them, but there's a few other songs that are really good examples of just when the instruments, I didn't really have to EQ them all that much. They just kind of worked out together. Thanks, Hanny. Oh, goodbye, Max. Thank you for being here, Max. I appreciate you. I think since like 1:30 and like that disco E space. Hold on, let me see what kind of kick I was using up here. Just for my own curiosity. Whoa, where is the kick? How is it not? Oh, wow. Kick on track 5. That's not like me. It's always track 1. I just want to see what kick I'm using here. Wow, see? Something that's really interesting also about kicks, and I'll say this and then I'm going to move on from this track and start a new one, probably in the same like 125, 130 range. It's something interesting about kicks is kicks always sound bad to me by themselves. I've never heard a kick by itself and thought, really, truly, honestly, oh yeah, that's the one. That's the good one. That sounds horrible to me. I don't like that it has like this almost 808 type tuning to it. I don't like that. And sometimes I will exhaust myself by scrolling endlessly through kicks, trying to find like the perfect kick for the type of song that I'm trying to make. And some people are like that. Some people find a kick and they just absolutely love it. And they're like, this is the one I was looking for. I have to make sure to save this under whatever folder. But for me, a lot of percussion, actually, a lot of it doesn't, it just, I'm not saying that it sounds bad. I'm saying that a lot of percussion sounds weak. A lot of it sounds weak and like kind of dinky. I think that for me personally, and this is a good thing to learn for yourself what these sounds are for you, but for me personally, a lot of percussive instruments, their potential shines in an ensemble, like in layering. There's a lot of actual instruments too that are, let me back up. I said actual instruments. There's a lot of other instruments outside of percussion that are also like that. Just yesterday in the stream, I was talking about harmonica versus accordion, and there are some instruments that I hear by themselves, like I hear honestly a clarinet. No offense to the clarinet, it's just I don't really like solo clarinet all the time, but when hearing clarinet like in an ensemble or hearing clarinet played with even other clarinets, it kind of like what I'm not hearing in it, the potential I'm not hearing it is usually like kind of supplemented by all the other instruments that are around it. And that's something that I do try to remember when I'm going out, because right now I'm scrolling over here to the side trying to find like the exhaustive task of trying to find a kick drum. And usually like I'll go through kicks and I'll hear like stuff like that, and it sounds bad. Like all of this sounds bad to me. Probably also sounds bad to you guys. But I'll go through and I'll see a lot of bad kicks, or just kicks that I don't particularly like or feel drawn to. And it's not that the kicks themselves are bad. It's just that I don't have a song built yet. And because I've been doing this thing now lately where I start with percussion. Oof, yikes. I start with percussion instead of starting with the instruments now, because I feel like percussion is one of my weaker things. One of the things that I don't typically spend a lot of time on. So I've been trying to spend more time starting songs with percussion and then building out from there. Because when I play by myself, typically I'll just grab whatever. Like I'll grab whatever just so I don't have to play it to a metronome, because the sound of a metronome really annoys me. So I'll just grab something else. I know there's some in here, but I don't really necessarily want to use them. I actually kind of like that one. I don't know if it works, but we're about to find out. So I was talking a little bit earlier about like what my comfort zone is in music. Hello, Rhiannon. Oh, I thought you were talking to Ani Bubble. I did not make my smoothie. I made one this morning and now I have brain freeze. I'm sorry. It's like warm enough, I guess, where I am, where I'm probably not going to get brain freeze from my smoothie, but I have not made it yet. To answer your question. I was kind of saving it until like a little bit deeper into the stream. God, that kick sucks. That's all I can think about. Hold on, let me do that. Ew, and it has this like, hold on, it's not starting when I want it to. It has like a weird late start. Also, I'm like hearing. Yeah, there is like a little bit of like. It's like a little bit of white noise on it, which is weird. I don't need that. Yeah, that's fine. So I was talking earlier about what my comfort zone was. Walking into a percussion line when doing that can oftentimes blow up in my face, though, because you wind up working in reverse. Yeah, actually. Yeah, Brian. Programming drums is by far and large my least favorite thing about producing by myself. Wow. I don't feel so alone anymore, Brian. I have a lot of like songwriters. They're songwriters, but first and foremost they were like beat makers. I have a lot of like beat making friends that I respect and I love a lot, but whenever I tell them that I don't like drum programming, they're always just like, you're wild. That's like the coolest part of production. That's like the part I have most fun in. It's like after I make the beat, then I get bored. Like I don't know what kind of like leads or whatever to put over it. And I'm like, yo, chords are like my whole thing. That's what I care about. Actually, I only need like 4 of these. So I'm gonna build out this idea a little bit more. I was talking earlier about 125 to 130 being my comfort zone, and it's because I've been making a lot of I've been saying disco house. They're not really truly authentic disco house most of the time. I would say that they're house leaning records that have like disco strings and stuff like that, like disco influence. So there's like a lot of like brass arrangements and stuff like that in them, but I'm going to start with that now. And when building these, I very rarely will use snares. I very rarely will use snares unless they're layered. I tend to lean more heavily on claps. I feel like that helps a little bit more for that kind of human groove, because I can layer a lot of claps and it still sounds fine. When I'm layering snares, actually I'll start doing the I'll do the layering of the claps, and it'll become more apparent what I'm talking about. Because what I usually do when I'm building like a I don't know what you want to call it, a clap rack. When I'm building a clap rack, I'm grabbing... No, not you. Definitely not you. Ooh. But yes, you. I'll grab like 4 claps, 3 or 4 claps. 5 is always a good one. I usually grab like 3 or 4. I'm going to start off with 4, and if I need more, we can go up from there. But it is kind of one of those things where it's like to taste. Like you can definitely have too many claps. Lennox says, to be fair, there are songs that sound better without the beat. Absolutely. Hey, what's up, Jesse, by the way? There are definitely songs that I've heard where like the beat does drop out for a second, and that's like the part that I like. That's the part that I like in the song. So quickly to explain what I'm doing, I'm taking all 4 claps that I have and I'm sending them to the same mixing channel, which I'm going to turn down really quick. And I'm putting the claps in there. But the reason that I choose claps as opposed to snares is because I'm layering them, and all of the claps you'll hear have different... not only am I layering them, but I'm not putting them right on the line. You know, I'm going to be kind of diversifying where I put them around the line. And this is to, one, it's to kind of like humanize the clap, right? So you're getting a more realistic portrayal of what claps would sound like in an actual live setting. Like no one's clapping all on the beat at once. See, they're kind of like layered. And so another thing that I do, I'm going to move that one up a little bit though. It's a little too layered. And then another thing that I'm going to do with the claps is I'm going to pan them all a little bit. Again, just kind of emulating the real life portrayal of claps. So they're kind of all around you. I don't know who wears headphones for these streams, but I obviously do. So it's very, very evident to me when I've panned the claps. So that being said, there's this thing about humanizing things, making them a little bit off the beat, and then layering those things as like a crowd. Having claps layered and panned and diversified in timing is emulating a real life experience, right? Like if you're in an actual club or you're in an actual venue or something like that and people are clapping on the beat, that's something that we know what that sounds like, because we've all kind of been in settings like that where a bunch of people are clapping at the same time, and it emulates kind of a live, real human dance music live setting. Now, if you do try to do that same thing with snares, I'm not saying that it sounds bad. It's a sound to be had for sure. I'm not saying it sounds bad, but there isn't as many real life examples of a bunch of snare players, drummers, hitting a snare slightly off time with each other. One of the main and most common instances of this is seeing a marching band And so if you're trying to get that marching band feel, you definitely can do that. You definitely can use that to your advantage, and it'll probably end up sounding pretty cool. But if you're going for like a disco record, there aren't exactly many real life disco experiences that can be emulated by having a bunch of snare hits that are slightly off time. And so that's why usually when I'm building like a disco inspired record, I will lean towards claps for the most part. Brian says, where did you grab these sample packs from, if you remember? Probably an irksome question to figure out if you've had them a while, but figured I'd ask. These samples, yes, I didn't make these for sure. Somebody gave these to me. But the problem is living in LA and kind of like moving in and about a bunch of other producers, people just kind of give me a bunch of samples, and I have like renamed a lot of the folders as like, these are R&B drums, or these are disco sounding drums, which makes things worse because I can't just like look at the folder and like Google backwards search and figure out where exactly I got them from. So I don't know exactly where all these came from, but they didn't all come from one source, that's for sure. The only folder that I kept the name of is obviously Vengeance sample packs and the Lex Luger drum kit, because the Lex Luger drum kit, I don't even know that I use it that much. Hold on. What do the claps in here sound like? Oh, they're like wild. Anyways, the reason that I don't incorporate the Lex Luger pack in with my other stuff is because there's a few sounds that I use very consistently in them. It has a very, very good snap that I like. I used to use the Chants back when like I was stupid. No offense to anybody who uses Lex Luger Chants. They're actually very great. I just think they're a little played out at this point. Like, how many times have we heard that before? Too many times. So I don't really use those in songs anymore, but I do keep the Lex Luger sample pack because that's a very good set of crashes. I really like the crashes. I like the decay on them. It's like very unannoying, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly where the origin of some of these were. Okay, so now that I have this part of the song done, I am going to name the song really quick because now I'm going to start recording in actual sound. And if you don't have the project file saved, to some degree when you're recording in live stuff, the files don't know where to go, and it creates what ends up being like a corrupted nightmare, at least for me. So I'm going to name it 300 because that's where we are. Yeah, it's been 300 of these things. I'm gonna name every song that we start making today 300. Just 300, and then 300 version 2, 300 version 3. Okay, so I've got that. Now I'm going to set up a directory, and the reason I'm gonna do this now is because I'm gonna try to record in drums specifically from my MX61. For those of you that are unfamiliar, my MX61, it's this bottom keyboard. It's got the top of it kind of cut off because of all the stuff that I have layered over it. But it is, it's just a Yamaha digital piano and workstation. But I recently started trying to use the drums in it more often because the drums aren't great, but I'm already using so many bad drums in general when I'm like on FL Studio. And so I was just the other day. There we go. Just the other day, I was like hitting just some of the keys on it. And, you know, whenever a keyboard comes with like comes with drum sounds in it, typically the drum sounds aren't very great. Nothing really to like write home about. But like a few months ago, I was like actually hitting some of them, and I was like, man, these aren't bad. And just like I was talking about at the top of the stream, drums for me always kind of sound bad. Like when they're mixed in with the ensemble, that's when they kind of are allowed to shine. And so I started trying to mix them in with ensembles to give them some some range, some variety, some thickness. So I'm gonna mess around with that for this. This is 125. Okay. Just gonna space these really quick to make sure they're a distance that I like. First one's kind of rushed. Oh, wait. By me or by Lex Luger, Brian? I know, like, so many of those were sloppy, but I'm just going to pick whatever the best one was and loop that one. Or maybe the best two. Maybe I got lucky. That second one was sick. Maybe I can go like that. Needs to be turned down anyway, but that might be okay. Just gonna go in here and fix something. That one feels late. Yeah, this one is kind of early actually. If we can go. Oh, that's the one. I love comping, actually. I remember I remember sitting in on an actual session, like with a real producer, not with whatever the heck I am. And I watched him comp vocals, and I, as a like a younger producer, I was just so bad at recording things that I would usually record. I would record to get like one measure of performance. I would record like 10 measures, not even exaggerating. I would record like 10, and then I would just cut together a good take. Like none of the actual takes. Like now, if you look at me playing piano, it's an actual like me playing piano. But before, what it was me like playing like 10 takes, or sometimes playing just a difficult part by itself, and then like cutting it, and splicing it all together. And I remember going in and watching an actual producer do that with like a professional vocalist, like a singer, like watching him like splice her voice together, and I was like, whoa, like real people do that? I thought that just like people that didn't know how to record music, like people that were just had their takes were riddled with mistakes, did that. I didn't know. I didn't even know there was like an official name for it. I didn't know comping is what that was called. Yeah, there we go. I can stand to move that back a couple of baby seconds, like there. Yeah. I had weird Mother 3 dreams. I think my brain is just a sponge, and like whatever I soak up right before bed, like that's what my dreams are gonna be. And I definitely had those last night. I feel weird. I feel really weird this morning. I want to know. Okay, so I'm just gonna start naming some of these things now before we get out of hand. So the first one that I record, I'm gonna call those hand drums 1. Like so. These ones I'm gonna call hand drums 2. No, nothing fancy or crazy there. And then this one is going to be called hi-hat. I usually don't like recording different hi-hat. See how, like here, there's a closed hi-hat and a open hi-hat in there. I usually like recording those in 2 different tracks so that I have more control, but this is okay. I'm actually okay with that. Okay. Gonna put you there. Gonna put you there. Gonna put you there. Okay, now here's the part that okay, did you dream about your mom making you your favorite food? It definitely wasn't named something silly like trash. No. Every producer that I know, says Brian, does like 6 takes on a particular track and then comps it all together. I'm a one and done kind of guy because I am lazy. Word up. I mean at the end of the day, it depends on like my fatigue, right? Like if I'm recording something and I'm getting tired of it, or I'm just not getting it and I'm like, you know what, like this is going to be impossible, then I won't comp it together. Something like that hi-hat happens on, I don't really know what this like beat is called, but usually in Fruity Loops I'd have to go up and pick 1/3 step. So I have like Fruity Loop terminology for what that is. Like I go into 1/3 step to get that weird swing, like like I love that beat, but that is not a beat that I can reliably tap out. I'm just not a drummer, and I can get really close. Like there, I got close, but as you saw, I did have to comp a little bit because like out of the 4 takes, only one of them was solid, you know. Oh crap! Oh my god! Oh, right. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, not my mom. The video game. Right. Okay. All right, I'm going to wiggle around with some chords for a second. So, bear with me. Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Oh, you guys can't see that keyboard, huh? I have to like, it's kind of sad. There's like I'm gonna get a 3rd camera because there's like keyboards down here that I want to use, but at the same time I'm like, I guess it's not that important. They're off screen. I can do it with my MX61. I can do it with this guy. I can do it with this guy over here. Ah, dang it, dang it. I'm trying to. Ow. Maybe I'm overthinking it. There is a good. Oh, good morning, Taylor Nicole. There's a good chord progression in there, right? There's a good chord progression in there. But sometimes when I'm doing a chord progression, kind of like in that song, what is it called? Funky Monkey? In that Funky Monkey song that I made, I like to have a very basic chord progression with just like one like weird chord sometimes, like, and it like not too weird, but just something that doesn't feel as predictable to me. If that makes sense. I think there should be more games with story, but then there's something to do when you're done with the story, says Ram. Word. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. Oh, Cyber says there's a bunch of games like that. Yeah. Some games has New Game Plus too, where you start with your stuff from the previous playthrough. I'm a fan of that. Or at least I used to be. I'm still a fan of it. I never really take advantage of it as much as I used to. Word up. Good morning to you, Taylor Nicole. Good morning. Ever go out to eat with friends and then head back to the crib to chill, and then there's that one dude who didn't take the food and decides they want to far all over your couch while you hang? Whoa. Didn't take to the food and... yeah, but not for a very long time, Cyber. Not for a very long time. I feel like if it happens now, whoever's doing it is probably like doing a very good job at like incognito farting, because I'm not hearing or smelling it. Also, I guess I haven't hung out with people in a while. Hello, is it Kashi? Kashi KJ? I hope I'm saying that right. But good morning. I'm trying to think of a different way. A different way to do this, to accomplish that. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I found my progression. Can I hear a set of blue jazz chords for the one time? I have no idea what that is. Cashy, I don't know what a blue jazz chord is. I really liked Mother 3. I think that Mother 3 was good. There was a second where I thought maybe I wasn't going to like it. And then that second passed. And then it was good. I think, I guess, because no one spoiled that game for me, I won't say anything that could possibly spoil it, maybe for somebody that wants to play or something like that. But I will say there was a point where I thought the game was going to do something I didn't want it to do towards the end. And I like had an internal like sigh of like, all right. And it didn't do that thing. And it did the thing I wanted it to do, which was very cool. And I was very, very happy. I was very happy that it did the thing I wanted it to do. But yeah, I thought the game was good. I thought the game was very good. But the dream that I had wasn't really like that much of actual like game stuff. I was just trying to get out of a building. I was trying to get out of a building, and there was a bunch of chimeras in it. And the chimeras weren't attacking me or anything. I couldn't figure out how to get out. I kept like opening doors, and it was just more rooms, and there wasn't any windows or anything. Sounds like a nightmare actually now that I describe it, but I wasn't panicked or anything. There was no alarm. There was no cause for alarm. I was just like, I gotta get out of this freaking building. I feel like I was in there for weeks. Mother 3 is one of the best JRPGs I've ever played, says Brian. I haven't played very many JRPGs. Does Wild Arms count? I'm just gonna not name any Final Fantasy games. Does Wild Arms count? Because I played that, and I also played Legend of Dragoon, and I played something called Legend of Legaia, and I played something called Jade Cocoon, which I don't know that Jade Cocoon counts actually. Jade Cocoon was not a good game, but I did play it, and Legend of Dragoon and Legend of Legaia were actually very good. I was very impressed with both of those games. I didn't have one, Brian. I think I'm going piano for this. Yeah, that's sick. Whoa, Cyber remembers Jade Cocoon? I've never met anybody that remembered that game. Jade Cocoon was a game I thoroughly liked. It was very, very good. Oh, wait, didn't I say it was bad? It's a bad game, but it had like this thing in the game, which was a new concept to me, where like you would catch monsters and you could like fuse them to make weird other monsters. Like you could like, you fuse them. Like you catch a thing, and like let's say you catch a T-Rex and then you catch like a bat, you can like fuse them and it'll make like a weird new hybrid monster. And part of the fun of that game was just like catching a bunch of weird things and like fusing them together and seeing what it would make. Most of the Legend games are good. Yes, Legend of Mana, also the only Mana game that I swear I've beaten that game like 50 times. Like no joke. Also Chaos Legion. I know that's not a JRPG and arguably maybe not a good game, but that was another game that I had a lot of fun playing. I don't know. I might not even like it now. I'm going to record this piano thing before I forget what the notes are. Okay, that should be good. I realized I didn't mute my mic. I probably should have, but I didn't. That's fine. That's fine. Extended Legend of the Universe, aka Legend of Zelda. Oh yeah, Legend of Zelda. That's what those games are called. Legend of Mana is really weird to me because I don't remember why I had that game. Like, for the life of me, I can't remember like receiving it, if that makes sense. Like, I don't remember buying it. I don't remember asking my parents to buy it for me. I don't remember renting it and not returning it. Like, I don't really remember how that game made its way into my life. 015. MX61 015. Sorry, I just have to remember that I'm copying down the correct patch information. 016, 015. Rock piano. So, I don't remember how exactly that game got into my home, but I remember playing it so much. Like, I think it was during one of those lulls. Like, if you're a gamer kid, you'll know what I mean when I say this. But there's like lulls, right? As a gamer, when back then there wasn't like a new game that came out all the time that like you necessarily wanted to play or even cared about, or maybe you just couldn't afford to always get the new game. And so there was whatever the most recent game you got was, you would just play it until like there was nothing left. Like every nook and cranny, every like new game plus, like every monster, every optional boss, you would like max out weapons, max out everything because you just had time to kill and you didn't have a new game to play. And I remember Legend of Mana being during one of those lulls for me. Ugh, that's so loud. Yeah, I really should have muted the mic. It's got all kinds of noise in it. I don't really want to redo it. It's okay. So, it was during one of those lulls that I played it. Did you get it from the homie who handed you all the games? I mean, oh crap. Well, maybe because I was living in Aspen Ridge, and that is when that homie gave me all those games and memory cards. Maybe. Dang, maybe. I didn't think about that. Quite possibly. But I got it from him, or I got it from someone, and I remember playing that game, like beating it, not quite understanding it. For those people that haven't for anybody who hasn't played Legend of Mana. Whoa, I was already playing at the octave up there. That's rough. I'm trying to figure out if I really want to re-record this. It's not a clean recording by any regard. I'm gonna leave it for now. So, anyways, I had this game. I had Legend of Mana, and I was playing it. For people that haven't played Legend of Mana, the way Legend of Mana works is like you'll do a quest, and then you'll get an item, and you'll get a quest from that. You'll get an item from that quest, and then you go out to the world map, and you basically plant that item like in the ground, and it grows into another place, like another location, whether it's a city or a dungeon or whatever. And then you go into that place, and more quests happen, and at some point they'll give you an item, and you rinse and repeat this cycle, and then you eventually will get the quest item for the Tree of Mana, which is like the last dungeon in the game. You go there, you fight the boss, the game is over, and then you start all over again. But you can actually get the item for the last dungeon and then still continue to do random quests and still get more items for other dungeons. It's kind of weird. I mean, that's actually just normal for RPGs. Usually you can go and beat the game, or you can continue to keep doing other quests. So I remember going through and just doing literally everything in that game so many times, beating it, doing like New Game Plus, because that game is like that. Like every time you beat the game, you can start it over, but you retain your strength and levels and items from previous playthroughs. So I would do that a lot. And there was even like an arena in the game where you can play like 1v1. Like it was a 2-player game. Like you could have somebody play and do co-op with you, or you could go to this special arena in this one town and you could fight each other, which was pretty cool, I guess. But something that I something that was really peculiar about that game was the game was very big, right? And the game had a lot of really like cool characters and cool music and cool bosses and cool lots of things. There was just like a lot to be explored in the game. But at the same time, the game felt oddly hollow. And it was like this really eerie feeling. I don't know really how to put words to it. God, that sounds so good. I wish this was a cleaner take. Oh, man. That's good. See, I can hear my voice with the mess ups. I've got to redo it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I do want this to be clean. I've decided I do care about this. But I'll finish my point. The Legend of Mana thing, it felt oddly hollow. And like a lot of those older games had that weird dichotomy for me where it was like they felt very much alive, like because there was characters, there was towns, there was like there were like cool themes and different outfits for different places. There was like weather effects. Like the game felt alive in a certain sense, but then something about it, maybe it was that there was a silent protagonist, which always bothers me in games. Maybe it was that there was a silent protagonist. Maybe it was that something just it didn't feel to be connected. I don't know. I personally don't like games where the character is kind of like a blank canvas that's quiet the whole time, and you're just kind of being like ushered from event to event as the game progresses. I don't really like games like that. They always feel really empty and yeah, just empty to me. Like I don't feel anything unless like the character's doing something, which I understand that's just a personal taste because a lot of people do prefer silent protagonists. But some of those older games did feel like oddly, almost eerily empty. If you play them today, especially after playing things like Red Dead or whatever, where there's like a true like living, breathing world, they feel strangely empty. Like driving around in Grand Theft Auto 3, that game feels both like alive, but also very dead, and it's weird. It's a feeling that I didn't get playing it, maybe the first time because I didn't have anything to compare it to. I get that. I think it came down to a pretty stark lack of character development. None of the characters communicate enough to feel alive. Yeah. The characters always feel like they're expressing themselves, but very rarely, like, do their expressions seem to, like, impact each other. It's really weird. I'm definitely not beating up on that game. I love that game. I would play it again today right now, but, I would play it again today right now. I wonder if it's on the PSN. I'm gonna re-record this really quick because I ruined it. I can't believe I messed up right at the end. Oh, that didn't scare me that time. Thanks, Marina. Thank you. I'm gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna not the whole thing. I just need to get this last like octave tag, and then I promise we can move on to bigger and better things. I just needed to get that that final tag. I want it to ring out because the way that I'm gonna have these pianos, work out is I'm gonna layer the octaves of them, right? I'm going to have the lower guy and I'm gonna have the higher guy being played at the same time. And for that to work and also have like an out, I needed to have this like long decay here. I needed to have that. So now that I've got it, I'm just going to line these guys up. He's going to go right here. And he is going to go down here. Like that. And they're very, very loud. So I'm just going to... yeah, I know. Hold on. What's the best way for me to do this? I can have... I'm going to make the octave one unique from the... Yeah, from that one. I'm just going to call it piano high. And the reason that I'm doing that is so that I'll be able to mix them slightly different. I don't really want them to clash. They don't. They're not hitting any of the same notes. But in music... especially in production, guys, like if you ever given the option to split things up versus keeping them exactly the same, I would always encourage, if your CPU and time allows, for you to just split things up. It's just smarter going forward. Hold on. It's smarter going forward. In the future, you're gonna thank yourself for doing that because it just allows you to have a little bit more control. So I'm making the lower one, this guy. Oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure that I'm sending them to their own mixer channels. That's 8, which means I should have fused these, but I didn't. So I'll do it by hand. And then I'm going to turn them both down quite a bit. And then I'm going to delete. Can I delete it? No. Move him out the way. Nice. They're a little bit staggered, so I'm just going to... I think I need to slide the lower one. I love that. That's good. I need to something that I'm going to work on for all of these songs, because if you've been in the stream for like these kind of more disco oriented songs, they all kind of for the most part like start and end the same way. I'm going to be doing dynamic intros, probably maybe even in this stream. I'm going to be working on dynamic intros, and if the name isn't self-explanatory enough, dynamic intros, like if you're putting together an album or you're putting together a large body of work, intros are very important. even if two songs don't necessarily sound the same, even if they're not in the same BPM, even if they're not in the same key, if they're more or less very diverse from each other, but people are going to be listening to them in like in tandem, they're going to be listening to them in order. Diverse intros and outros are kind of important. Like if you're doing an intro to a song that has like 4 bars of just kick and clap, maybe don't do that on like 8 songs. If you have one song that fades out, like it fades out volume wise, and that's how you end the song, maybe don't do that with all the songs on your album, or a body of work. And so a lot of times I will kind of save the intros and outros of tracks until the end, when I'm like finalizing them, so that I can make sure that I'm making actually different intros and outros for tracks. Oh my goodness, Brian, why did you do that? What, did you do that on purpose? Were you trying to make it harder for yourself? I'm saying Booba now. Booba doesn't need a disco theme. Good morning, Lucy. Okay, okay. Um, Please drive safe, Cyber. Sorry. I feel like when I was, I don't know how many people in this stream are familiar with Ed Banger, Ed Banger Records, M61 016, MX61 016. I don't know how many people are familiar with Ed Banger Records, but when I was younger, I got really into Ed Banger and Kitsune Maison for some reason. I think it's because of Bloghouse. If you're unfamiliar with Bloghouse, it was a genre of music that was pretty popular at the time, and a lot of it was coming out of France. And I got really into a lot of like French electronic music. Um, oh, good luck by the way, Brian, with that 33 BPM track. Started listening to a lot of French electronic music. And Ed Banger had a lot of it. If anybody in the stream is familiar with Justice, Justice was a pretty popular duo that was kind of off of Ed Banger at the time. And I remember a lot of that music, a lot of the music on Ed Banger and a lot of the music on Kitsune Maison had this kind of disco influence. And it's weird because when I listen to disco music and I listen to disco house, particularly, those genres are very, very, they have a very strong identity. And then when you listen to things like new disco, which was coming out of France, or you listen to city pop, which was coming out of Japan, sure, they definitely had some were very clear and opaque, and some were a little bit more wishy-washy, like the influence there, Some of them sounded exactly like disco music, while some others, you could only get a little bit, like a hint of the disco that was happening there. Now, I remember listening to a lot of French artists like Justice or like Breakbot or like Fred Falk and Alan Brax. I was listening to a lot of those acts and thinking, this sounds like disco to me. And now when I go back and listen to a lot of those records, it's very easy for me to tell the difference. Ugh, God, some of these loops are horrible. And so, anyways, as I was saying, sorry about that. I was listening to all these. I was listening to all these French artists, and I was thinking to myself, "Wow, this sounds like disco music. This is so cool what they're doing." Now, when I go back and listen to them, because I feel like I know a little bit more about music, the influence or the direction that was taken from disco music is a little bit more loose. It's not this like direct one-to-one comparison now as I thought it was when I was a little bit younger. And something that's really cool about that, the cool thing about that comparison not being direct, is that I can like focus in what exactly I was hearing in them, whether it was the strings, the bah, bah, like the disco strings, or whether it was brass arrangements, or whether it was a funky bass line. There's so many cool elements to disco music. I mean, this isn't just for disco music, but since that's what I'm talking about right now, there's a lot of elements to disco music. It's got like at least 9 iconic moving parts. And if you take any of those moving parts and you put them in any other song or genre of music, the disco influence becomes apparent. The brass arrangements, the like really, really kind of harsh strings, and sometimes really like really dulcet, string arrangements and string harmonies being thrown in there, being thrown in something that wasn't like big band jazz or classical music. It was nice. All of these cool elements coming together. They're like the kind of 4 on the floor, like kick, hi-hat, snare, hi-hat, kick, hi-hat, snare. Like there's a lot of these really like iconic elements in disco that you could take and you can put in something else and it would really work. Yes, Justice, Uffy, Cassius, Feeds, my man Feeds. Yeah, they were all there on Ed Banger. But yeah, all of those disco elements became really apparent to me. And what's really interesting is I remember listening to that music and having no idea how the things were being made. I knew that it was music and I knew that I liked it. Even once I started embarking on making music myself. For like right now, just this bit that I have so far. Just that would have been enough for me as a younger musician to be like, I don't know how they're getting that. I don't know how they're doing that. And obviously you have a lot of artists like Daft Punk who were doing a lot of sampling of classic American records. You know, they were taking a lot of acts that had come out of America making like funk and making disco, and they just had sampled them. But in my kind of limited view and knowledge of music and how it's made and whatnot back then, I had no idea. Sorry, I'm just sidechaining this loop. And I kind of have to listen to hear if it's working. Yeah, that's sick. So I have to take that into consideration sometimes when I'm making it now. It's like, oh, this used to be something that I did not see being possible for me, making whatever this music was, because I just didn't know how people were going about it. Now there's a lot of different ways you can go about it. Obviously I don't have a bass guitar in here. I'm using a bass guitar patch off of a keyboard. But when I would hear like really cool jazzy disco-esque, progressions and compositions out of Ed Banger, out of Kitsune Maison, I was always thinking, wow, this is amazing. I don't know how they're making this. And I'll be honest, this is no like hate to sampling, because I saw that Timbaland was actually recently getting some flack for sampling a bunch. Like, sampling's fine. I think that in my brain, though, some of the mysticism was lost when I, like, particularly with Daft Punk, when like some of like the dopest records that I had heard by Daft Punk ended up being just sampled, like I was like, oh, I really, really like Robot Rock. This is amazing. Like, I wonder what type of synthesizers they're using to get this. Like, they're robots, and so it makes sense that they would have this song called Robot Rock. Like, I want to see what the creative process was like. And then when I heard where the original sample of Robot Rock came from, I think for me as an early musician, it hurt me, I think, in this really weird way, a way that it wouldn't hurt me today, but it hurt me in this way where I wanted to see all the cool that went in. And when I found out that all the cool, quote unquote cool part for me is a lot of like the performance and like all that, when I found out all the cool part wasn't necessarily Daft Punk, it was like kind of a bummer to me. And I think that there's this doing things the Omni way, or like I guess the hard way, where it's like I really wanted to get, I talk about when I made Lust Dream, and I really wanted to get this this cool jazzy like vinyl detuned effect that was like really big at the time. Like, a lot of people were doing that. I really wanted that sound, and I had no idea how people were getting that. Like, I didn't know how people were making that sound. I didn't know how people were getting the cool like cassette, cassette or like vinyl sound effect, that cool like retro lo-fi sound. And so I like went about doing it like the only way I knew how to do it, which was like, well, I guess the people that I'm listening to, I guess Tompa Beats and all these guys, I guess like Inglewood and all these people are taking jazz chords, and they're playing them out on piano, and then they're like getting like upright bass, and they're recording the bass line, and they're like making a song, and then they're, I guess, EQing out some of the like low end here, and I'm like messing around with an EQ and listening to their songs, and I'm trying to like catch up, basically, like I'm playing catch up with these guys. And then I saw one of them, who I won't name because this, like, what I'm saying sounds almost like I'm like hating on them, but I remember seeing one of them like do their creative process, and it was just them like listening to a bunch of jazz records and then going like, oh, this one's pretty sick, and then they like slowed it down. And then they had like a VST. It wasn't even like an EQ. They had like a VST where the like the image of it, like the UI, the user interface of the VST was like a cassette player, and they basically, it was like one knob where it was like turn up the lo-fi-ness of it and like turn it down. I was like, what? Like, what is happening? I thought it was so different. I thought there was so much more intricacy and stuff like that going into this. And on one end, it made me feel like a fool. I want it here. On one end, it was like upsetting to me because I was just like, what am I doing then? Like I'm doing way more work than I need to do. But then on the other end of it, it was like kind of nice because I was like, yeah, I'm doing it the hard way, but I think that I probably am learning something, right? Like, and this is a skill that I will be able to probably be able to take somewhere else, you know? Whoa, I almost had it right on. That was new for me. Yeah. Yes. I kind of want maybe an octave of that. It might be too much. But we'll see. It's not too much. It's perfect. Okay. And I feel the same way about disco, because I don't know if you guys remember. This was like back, I want to say maybe number 200, maybe Morning Medley number 200, or slightly before that, like late 100s. I was talking about making future funk because everybody was like, you should make future funk. And I had this like really, oh, thanks, Abby Press. I had this really, how are you doing, by the way? Is everything cool? Is everything good? I mean, everything's horrible, but is everything good? I had this like snarky reply of like, yo, like even the future funk people you're talking about aren't making those tracks. They're just like taking city pop tracks and then like compressing the heck out of them and then putting a different name on it and saying they made it. I had that response, but then I was like, well, if you guys want me to make a future funk track, what I can do is I can make a city pop track and then I can speed it up and do the future funk part of it, you know, which is by compressing the heck out of it and making it a little bit faster, making the drums a little bit more punchy. And so in my quest to make a future funk track, I ended up like making some city pop songs and some disco oriented songs, and I was like, oh, I just kind of like these songs. This is cool. Can I just like make this now? And then I started making more disco stuff. This actually started as like an attempt at trying to make future funk. That's funny. I wish I could get a little bit more sustain on that, but since it's a different articulation, what I'm probably going to end up having to do is have these staccato strings here, record and export the staccato strings, and then for that last note actually have a new articulation of like sustain. So like da 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 da. I want that. So I'm probably, let me put the last note on here. And then I'll export it and then fix everything else. Oh. I'm glad things are somewhat good. I have a call in 10 minutes, so I just wanted to drop in and say hi. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate you dropping in for a second. Hold up. You did follow me? Freaking love the vocals. Oh, I didn't read that comment until just now. Yeah, sorry. I probably should have said that earlier. Abby Press was on Follow Me. Abby Press also produced a good chunk of Follow Me as well. It wasn't just vocals. Like a lot of those drums and other sounds and like the transition sound into like the B section of the song was all Abby's production. I don't even know how those sounds are made. They're just they're just like fat wave files in FL Studio for me. And so I want to make sure I say that too. That was also a production joint effort. Can I put a harmony in there? Am I like overdoing this? I'm gonna leave the harmony in there. Something that I need to try to back up off of, and maybe this will be helpful too if I say it to you all, is so right now I have the chord, right? I have a chord happening here. This is a piano chord. It's a piano chord. It's this. That chord. So 1, 2, 3, 4 notes. And then I have that same exact chord happening an octave higher right here. So now we have 8 notes. Oh, Ignore that because it's on a bass patch. So I have 8 notes happening. And so now I have the strings happening as well. And I want to, like, my brain wants to make a chord out of it. Like, I want to fill in all the notes that I know are supposed to go in here. Like, this note is supposed to go in here, and this note is supposed to go in here. This note's supposed to go in here, and so is this one. And so I could do that, and it'll be fine and sound great, but it's unnecessary. And I'm going to be adding a lot more than just strings and piano. And so it's like, it's one of those things where you have to be careful. Like, when you're building and you're layering things, sure, it sounds really pretty to have like the long drawn out like 4, 5, 6, 7 note chords. But if you're going to be layering like piano and then another piano and then bass guitar and then strings and then a synthesizer and trumpets, if you're going to be doing a lot of layering, it's wise to leave some room, like erase some of those notes, erase some of these notes and leave room for things to be added. Because if you don't do that, you'll end up later in the project running out of like sonic harmonic room, and you won't know how. It'll become a mixing nightmare. You'll end up having to do a lot more EQing than you might have to if you just hold off on some of the pretty notes and delegate those notes maybe to a different instrument. So I'm just going to turn that down still, this middle note. Ba-da-ba-da-da. That's so cool. That's so cool, Chibi Lucy. I'm glad it did. I have to be better about doing that, because every now and then, somebody will come in. Like, Young Skirt was in a stream a little while ago, and Young Skirt did the vocals for Uber to Cerritos, and Sky will come in every now and then, and Sky was in Cold. Sometimes I just, I take for granted, because I know that these people are on my records, that I don't, always say it. But yes, Abby did production and vocals for Follow Me. Also, thank you, Abby, for doing that, because it's a very good song. It's a song I still sometimes play in streams. Sometimes. And then, yeah, so that'll probably be legato strings. So I'm going to erase those. Those are going to be a legato string thing. Do I want to do it the second time? Whoa, what was that? That did not sound good. Yeah, that's a bad bass hit. I don't know how that got away from me. Let me fix that really quick. Yeah. Sometimes they don't work out too well. There we go. I'm comfortable with that. So the reason that I'm leaving a little bit of this blank is because I already know what type of strings I'm going to use there, and they're not staccato strings, which is what I have currently saved. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this current string articulation or arrangement. I'm going to export this current string articulation in this arrangement. There we go. This is 300, so I'm going to go in here. I'm going to call it string stack 1. Oh, interesting. Yes. I would like to replace that, please. And I should be able to go over here. Thank you. That's why they weren't saving right. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and bring my string arrangement in. And then I'll be able to go over with some sustained strings that I'll show you in one moment. So now that I've brought my string arrangement in, they're going to show up, of course, as a WAV file instead of the MIDI file that I have here. So I'm gonna normalize those so that they're big enough, and then I'm gonna call it string stack, and I'm gonna make it brown. Oh, dang it. That's not what I wanted. Oh, I hate that. One finger slip cost me the gold. Okay. So I've got that done now. I'm going to send it to its own mixer channel. So it'll be saved. Turn it down because I know it's going to be loud. And now that I have the MIDI and the strings, what I'm going to do is see this is the note that's this is the note that's supposed to be sustained right here. So I'm going to mute the notes around it like that. And then I'm going to go into play, and I'm going to replace my staccato string with a much longer. So see how I have short tight right here? I'm going to go long, and I'm going to do, let's see, do I have I would like let's just put in a sus one really quick, a sustained one, really quick, and then we'll play around with it once we get it in there. But I do want to mess around with maybe tremolo strings. Yeah, see how we have a little bit more sustain on it now? Now I can make it go all the way to that chord. Nice. I'm just going to mute the staccato one really quick to hear this by itself. I wonder what that little one does. It has finger position. Oh, key switch finger position. That's not that important to me. I'm gonna try a couple more though. See if we can get some vibrato on it. These don't have any vibrato. Harmonics. Maybe use this one. See what we can get out of you. Omni, can you dissect Groom Cake? Sure. I can dissect Groom Cake. You mean like right now? Yeah, that doesn't have enough strength on it. Sorry. It was better when it was down here. Oh. So there's this thing that I realized way too late that I've been doing wrong in my sample library. There's a button to add sounds, and there's a button to replace sounds. And I always click the button to add sounds because I think of adding it to a song. But if you do that too many times, what it's doing is it's stacking all those sounds on top of each other, and it ends up making this really like crunchy, like the CPU just can't handle it. I do like that. That's good. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. I'm going to have to do some weird like volume automation to fix that, but I'm good with it. And then something needs to go in there. I mean, those are the obvious notes. I don't know if I'm going to stick with those, but I can't use this articulation anyway. I'm going to have to do another export. So I'm going to export this new sustained string. It's just one note. I'm going to say string sus note. And I'm exporting that just so I can plug it in here so I can get a third articulation. The third articulation is going to be a legato articulation, the ones that bend a little bit. The ones that bend. So let me quickly bring in this. When you're asking about me dissecting it, Crow, do you mean dissect it musically, like open up the project file, or do you just mean like talk about like conceptually dissect it, like what inspired it, why it's named that, what the lyrics are about, and whatnot. Or both. Do you want both? I guess I can do both. So this is going to be a little hard because you see, the one thing that's a problem when you have different articulations is you're going to have reverb on each note. And so see how the notes are kind of impeding on each other? Like if I play them both together, hold on. If I play them both together right now, it's not going to sound very good, like undoctored, unmixed. Actually, that sounds good. Dang, there goes my, never mind. I thought I was going to have to go in there and do a lot of cleaning. But it does kind of sound good. I mean, towards the end, there's this. These two bleed over each other a little bit too much, so I will fix that. So, hear this bit? Like the way it ends, there's two different notes bleeding over. Because you have your chord, and you have this note. And they're playing at the same time. And it's kind of nasty. They interrupt each other. So what you do is you get your X-Acto knife and you go and you cut like that. And that's going to be a little too harsh. So it sounds like this now. See, you can hear it like cut off. And then you're going to add a little bit of bleeding to it. Bleeding in FL Studio is just kind of putting a very, very quick fade out or fade in on a sound. So see now these like little lines going down, that's the sound fading out. And we can kind of go back enough to where it meets this new note. See? And so it's a little bit more seamless. You're not having the two sounds fighting, and you're also not having one immediately just cut off another one. This is something that took me embarrassingly way too long to learn how to do in FL Studio. It's not that I didn't understand how to do it. It's just that it's not something I understood needed to be done, you know? Nor did I understand it was something that could be done. It was like I wasn't even sure that this was a thing. And so if you listen to like old Omniboy records and you like kind of turn it up, you can hear a lot of like hard clipping and things kind of like interrupting each other. Sometimes like some conflicting notes even. Sometimes even some conflicting notes. But it's something that can't be helped. Oh crap. Oh crap, is my camera frozen? That's no good. Oh. Hold on. I'll fix it. Until then, I'm gonna take my mug off of there. So that's the articulation. That's the articulation game basically. And now I need to go in here and mute another thing, because now we need to deal with these notes over here. And I talked about earlier doing legato for those notes. So if I go into my violin strings, we have some legato slurs in here, and I'm going to start using those. Dang it, I pressed the wrong button again. Abort. Replace. So legato, dealing with legato, it just means you're only going to be able to hit one note at a time, which is already kind of a problem, because then you have to do like multiple you have to kind of do multiple arrangements when that happens, because again, it's monophonic. You can only do one note at a time. And so that's a thing that's going to definitely add extra time. It's going to add like extra time on what I'm trying to do. Like things aren't going to be able to move quite as fast, but that's okay. It's okay. It can be fixed. It can be fixed. Deal with legato for sure. Legato, I have to export several. I have to export several takes. So the first one, hold on. So the first one, I think I replaced these. Could be these notes right here. Oh, for legato to work, you do have to have the notes kind of overlap each other. It's just part of the way the sound works. So you go like this. Let me turn these up a bit. Can I get a solo? It's too light of a legato. I want a more harsh. I want a harsh legato so I can hear them. I can hear them doing their thing. Hold on. Yeah, see, that's light. I don't want it light. Oh, most of these are actually light legato. I'm gonna do this one. Do, do, do. Okay, this is actually whack, but I've been having like wild issues with that, specifically with that camera. I was having issues with it before I started, and I never figured out really what the problem with it was, but it seems to be persisting. I'm gonna go back to the beginning, see this, or try to hear this in reference. Oh, I forgot that I only fixed the first take of that string arrangement, so all the other ones sound really, really harsh. Hold on. Let me just do some copying and pasting. Getting that fixed up, because that sounded horrible. Ba-da-ba-da-da. So I'm gonna make this a little bit longer. Da, da, da. I'm not getting the one I want. There's a very specific like legato sound that I'm looking for, and I don't remember how. I don't remember which one. I have like a million options for legato, and those are not it. Those aren't it. Oh, I can already hear that. I'm probably gonna end up like doing something weird to this song. I'm probably gonna end up sampling this song. And there he is. There he is. That's what I want. I just wanted that like weird, like slurry sound. Hold on. Oops. Didn't mean to grab all of you guys. Close. Yeah. See, that's all I wanted. Yo, why are they different? This is MIDI information. That's what's cool. The waveforms are different, even though it's MIDI information. They really like change. They change the they change the delivery, which I don't love because I want it to be the same every time. But that's kind of nice. Oopsie, I erased the entire song. It's kind of nice that they do allow you to do that, or they do that. I guess just to make it more human. Again, human is like one of those things where I like it, but there can definitely be too much of it. Sometimes you can have more human than you than you wanted, and that's a little bit too much human. That's what I want. That last note, I can't tell if it's late or early. It's bothering me. Oh! It was late. So funny when I turn my my headphones up too loud. They do like the wildest clipping. It always scares me a little bit. Okay, I think that works. I should probably just good morning distance. I'm actually gonna go use the bathroom. I have to use the bathroom, but I'll be back momentarily. One of these is off. One of these is off. I'll fix it when I get back. The entire time I was gone, all I was thinking about was that wrong note and how that's another thing. Okay, so you can see here these are waves, right? These up here, these are waveforms. Hence why they look like waveforms. And then these down here are obviously not waveforms, but these are called MIDI notes. They're different. They kind of accomplish the same thing. They both make sound, but they're just, think of them as two different ways to getting to the same thing, which is sound. And one thing that is really, really nice, the advantage of having a waveform, these guys up here, is that you can physically see the sound. You know, you can see when, even though the note starts like right here, or sorry, the note starts like right here, you can see how it gets louder and then quieter, and it gets louder and quieter. You can see the beginning of each note. Represented by like this little this like thick part, and then you can see the note decay. You can see it get quieter and quieter until the next note hits, and then that gets quieter and quieter. It's just sustain and decay of sound. Obviously, when you're looking at these notes down here, they don't really show you that. You know, you can mess with these for sure. Like, you can make them really, really quiet. I mean, you can make them really, really short, or you can make them really, really long, but that doesn't tell you exactly the decay of the sound. Just because there's no note happening right here, for example, in this little area, does not mean that there's not going to be any sound produced. These notes right here could have like sustain or decay or reverb on them that makes it so their sound is taking up this much space. So the advantage of working with waves is you truly can see all the sound. I had to re-record these pianos because there was a little bit of noise here of me talking, you know. It was picking up a little bit. That's the advantage of having these waveforms. But the advantage of having MIDI is you can see the physical notes that are being hit. So you could tell when something's out of key, or you can tell when you hit the wrong note. For waves, you obviously can't see the notes, so I do kind of have to just fish through the file to find my hiccups or my mistakes, like harmonically. So I'm going to find those real quick. So I think what I'm going to do, because that's the looping point, since that's the looping point, I'm going to do a little bit of cutting, because I don't need that to be that dynamic. I don't need it to be this many takes. I can take this and copy it over here. So getting rid of that and this, and so it would be, hold on, getting rid of also that. Then I can grab this part, copy them like that. Wait, where's the pizza from, Cyber? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's a freaking nightmare. I have to just, like, I guess the first take was the only good one, so I'm just going to rewind everything all the way to the back. And I'll copy this over again, like that. And then also a third time, I'm guessing. No, yes. Yes, a third time. So like this. And then I'll just call a lot of this stuff back. So I'll call these back. And then, oops. And then I'll erase that. That should be good. Okay. Oh, Mod Pizza. Sorry, I didn't see at the top. You know, Cyber, there was a bunch of Mod Pizzas in Arizona before I moved out to California. They were like invading Arizona. It was like frozen yogurt places. They were just popping up everywhere. But I never got to have it. I know that it like it's how do I want to put this? It's got the same, like, it had that like Pizza Studio, Pieology, Blaze Pizza, Pizza Rev. Wow, there's a lot of places like that. Mod Pizza. It had the whole thing, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, where it's kind of like you go through like a Subway type line and you build the pizza. Like, you pick the crust and you pick all the toppings and they make it in front of you. And then they put it into a brick oven and it goes super fast. Is that what Mod Pizza's like? Because when I moved out here to California, I didn't see them as often because there's so many other options other than Mod Pizza that are like that type of pizza place that I don't see them often. Mod isn't like stellar. It's very okay pizza, says Jesse. I mean, you're talking to me. You're talking to me, man. Look at my shirt. Look at my shirt. Don't tell me about okay pizza. Mod Pizza. Ooh, is that a cross? Also, I sold Astra Superstars for Saturn. For how much? Okay, I'm just gonna give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm gonna do something stupid. I just need to make a second arrangement and then do something stupid. So FL Studio has these things where you can do several arrangements for a song, and I like that. But one thing I don't like, and I feel like this is one of those things of somebody giving me a thing and then I'm asking for too much, or I'm like greedy, is they've given me the opportunity and the ability to make a separate arrangement, but I can't change the BPM of the separate arrangement. If I change to a different BPM for this new arrangement, it also changes the BPM of the earlier arrangement, which is like, really, I guess I can set an automation clip to change BPM. Hold on. I mean, that is a thing I can do. I just didn't want to because it's time consuming. It's very catchy. So they should all be stretched now. You have to put things on stretch if it's a sample or if it's a waveform before you start messing with like changing BPMs, or everything gets ruined. Everything in the song falls apart, or at least the waveformy bits of it do. So I set everything on stretch, and then I should be able to like, yeah, change the BPM and the song doesn't warp. Yeah. $250 isn't a bad song name though. What? I'll start probably streaming as Memoriam. Oh, $250 is what you sold it for. Word up. I bought it for $90 10 years ago. Wow. Heck yeah, that's wild. Yo, I'm like so stupid when it comes to like how much games are worth. You know, like the old like classic, or like when a game, isn't as easy to come by anymore. Like rare games, almost like Pokemon cards. Like I never know what's worth what. No one knows the song name, says Dar. What is the song? Oh, sorry, Dar. I didn't see. I kind of went on a tangent. It's just I named it 300 just because it was stream number 300, and I didn't want to spend much time thinking of a song title. And I wanted something to save it as. Thank you, Cyber. I wanted something to save it under, but it doesn't have a name. I think it was just kind of like a disco exercise, but I don't want to necessarily have. I was like, this is a really cool exercise. I have like a million songs that sound like this though now, so I wanted to take this song and hold on. I wanted to take this song and sample it. Because if I did that, and then if I took like one of those really crappy snares, if I took one of those different snares, God, I feel good today, by the way, guys. I think it's because I've been doing too many night streams. I'm noticing now like how my body responds differently to the morning stream versus night stream. In the morning, the way the sun comes in my room does make me feel like a very specific way, like all the sun coming into my room, and it's like fresh part of the day, and like usually I've just had some fruit in my system. It's not a better energy or a worse energy. It's just very different. Like I feel good and I feel like clean right now, versus like in the night streams. Sometimes I feel a little crazy. Like I feel like I'm like losing my mind. I think it's because like I'll turn on the color changing lights, and I lose track of time and lose track of what I'm doing. Sped up. This sounds like the opening riff to an anime OP, says Dar. Season 3 theme. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I'm just gonna really quickly go and grab The Hundy, and I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go. Actually, no. I'll just like delete everything because it's arrangement 2. Everything's saved. So I'll go like that, and then I'll put that in somewhere. And then I want one of those. I want one of those snares. When I hit it, you'll know. But I have no idea where it is, like where this snare and all of my stuff would be. Oh, you know what? I think I actually do know where it would be. Think, Omni. Use brain. Use brain. It's where you wouldn't go. So go where you wouldn't go. There you go. It's in here somewhere. There it freaking is. That's so funny. Wow. I like reverse psychologied myself. That's pretty dope. I'm like, if I'm looking for the snare that I hate, just go into the folder that I always skip. And there it is. There's the freaking snare. And I can do the same thing for the kick. Watch, this is going to be in there too. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Oh, I spoke too soon. It's not in here. Wait. Yeah, it is. Oh my god, that's funny. Can I put it above it? Like that? Can I... Uh-oh. What was I on? 125? That boy started stretching way before I gave him permission to do so. Do not do that. Do not do that again. And then I get rid of you up here and I put him instead. You know what? I'm just gonna rename the arrangement 1 so that I know what BPM it's at, because I've changed the BPM like a bunch of times now. So that's gonna be 125 BPM, and then 2 is gonna be what's 2 gonna be? Arrangement 140 BPM. Yep, it's 140. I freaking knew it was. That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't know a lot about BPMs, but I do know like 3. I do know 3 off the top of my head. Like if I hear them tapped, I can usually call out 125, I can call out 140, and I can call out 100. And 160 a lot of the time, actually. Okay, sorry, the site is called Price Charting. It's an expansive database of games from all eras and keeps track of those games sold on several websites, so you can fairly price your stuff and get the most. Oh, it's like Kelly Blue Book for gaming. That's dope. That's dope. I didn't know that existed. Thank you, Cyber. The pan on the first layer is nice. Why are you making 2 arrangements? Why am I making 2 arrangements? Because the first arrangement was just to make the sample. So, Dar, what I do a lot now, because I want to be able to have a trail of breadcrumbs, is when I'm going to be baking a sample. Let's say I'm making a lo-fi hip-hop song, Dar. And as you know, a lot of lo-fi hip-hop songs do sample jazz music. I'll make an arrangement where I arrange the jazz song, piano, drums, saxophone, whatever, and I do that, the guitar. And then I make a new arrangement where I'm going to be sampling the jazz song, and like chopping it up and slowing it down and whatever. And the reason that I do it in different arrangements is so that I have, again, my breadcrumbs, so I can kind of go back and go like, okay, so this was the jazz song I made. Let's say I'm doing a sample and I wish that there was like vibraphone in that sample. I can go back to where I created the sample and add vibraphone to it, and then, and then go back through the steps of the arrangement. Or let's say I'm sampling something and I'm like, dang, I kind of wish my vocals weren't at this part because it's clashing with this. I can go back to the creation of the sample. It's kind of a luxury that a lot of people who are like crate digging for samples don't get. Like if you're sampling, an Etta James track and there's just one part of it that kind of is hard to work around. I mean, there are ways to work around it, but for me personally, since I'm making the sample, it's nice to be able to actually go back through the archives and fix stuff. So yeah, bread sounds really good right now. I'm just gonna go in here and then lay this like doo-doo drum pattern. It's doo-doo. The snare could be a little bit tighter. Wait, can I use this loop still? Yeah. And then I can take off the stretch, or leave the stretch on. Sorry, I have a filter on it. That's why it sounds like that. Overdrive guitar would sound good on that downward riff. Says Dar. IG means I guess, I assume, on Instagram. So like a layer group, I guess. I am a small music brain. I struggled so hard to make percussion yesterday, says Chibi Lucy. Arrangements. Think of arrangements. Okay. Think of arrangements the way you would a bus. And I'm going to move away from that because I don't even like using the word bus very much. I mean music bus, not like a metro bus, if that wasn't clear. But think about the way I use arrangements about the same way that I make waffles. Like if you have a waffle that you're making, a lot of directions would say, to do your flour, your sugar, your baking powder, your cinnamon, if you're adding cinnamon to the waffle, and all that in one bowl. And then you do your milk and your butter, or your buttermilk and your vanilla, your wet ingredients in one bowl and your dry ingredients in another bowl, and then you add them later. And this, a lot of this is done so that you can have a little bit more portion control over the dry stuff and the wet stuff. A lot of it is actually also done for chemical reasons. But my arrangements, that's the way I will, for arrangements, layers, it maybe isn't the best way to think of it. It's more so think of it as like steps of the process. You're doing everything one at a time. If you're going to make a sandwich, you can go buy a sandwich that's pre-made. Or you can make your bread. You can bake your bread, and then you can fry your chicken, and you can do all these things. You can kind of work micro, like you can do like micro steps. And the way that that benefits you is it allows you to have a little more control. Because if you go to the store and you buy sandwich bread, you make a sandwich with it, and you're like, this bread isn't sweet enough, or this bread isn't firm enough. If you had control over the baking or the production of the bread, you can actually go in and fix those things. You can make the bread sweet enough, or you can make the bread more firm to improve the overall quality of your sandwich. GB Lucy says, if you sample your own work, no copyright issues, was my immediate thought. That's a huge thing, right? Like the real reason why I continue to sample my own music is because I like in this kind of not greedy, but I like being able to do everything myself. It's why I sing on my tracks. I could always like hire somebody that has a better singing voice than me, but like I like being, the person that gets to do everything on Omniboy stuff. Obviously for other projects it's not true, but for my own personal projects I like to have my hand in everything because I think that it helps me grow as an overall artist. But also a very, very nice nice byproduct of that is like none of my music ends up getting like strikes and stuff like that, like copyright strikes. Oh, it shouldn't be starting that early. That's why. It should be starting here. Is this how Lustream was made? This is how Lustream was made, Dar. Yeah. Also, what about songs with lyrics? Like remixes? Like Bad and Bougie remix? What? Wait, sorry. I might have skipped something. Okay, hold on. You don't usually venture into rock type things, says Dar. What, in like the production stream? In reference to copyright? Thank you, GB Lucy. I appreciate you for being here. I'm probably gonna open picture this. I'm doing like a full I'm doing a full season wide review at the end, so I'm going to end up opening all the songs, the ones that I say I don't want to open anymore. So that should be fun. In general, Dar, I don't. When you're talking about like remixes, maybe you're saying like why don't I you're saying I stray away from rock stuff. Like I only remix like hip hop and stuff like that. I think hip hop acapellas are just easier to come by. Sorry. The Bad and Bougie remix in reference to copyright. Are the lyrics copyrighted? The lyrics are copyrighted, which is why that song's not on Spotify. Which is why all of my remixes are like on SoundCloud or YouTube. They're not like on places. They're not on like iTunes or like Amazon MP3. You can't like go like I'm not getting money for those things. Is what I'm saying. So those lyrics are copyrighted. They are copyrighted. Yeah, like Migos and stuff like that. Those go under a different umbrella where I call them remixes and not sampling. Because like sampling like is what I do for my original songs, and I have sampled some unoriginal work for my original music, if that makes sense. Like for example, Picture This and Just Believing and Dudes. Those songs have like movie quotes in them. They have like Groundhog Day or You Guys or like Mr. Burns or something like that. They have samples in them. But I'm always pretty careful, or I try to be pretty careful about when sampling things like that. When it comes to just sampling music, though, that's kind of like a thing I don't even usually go to. Like, that's a big no-no for me, sampling music. And I don't think it's a no-no for everybody. Just for my personal taste, I tend to not want to do that. Especially because I feel like it, like I can do it again in like that selfish way. I'm like I can make the song and then sample the song and it'll be more fun for me. But I understand that that's not. Wait, I should do this after. Processing is so weird. Like order of processes, it's like PEMDAS. It's so annoying. If you're putting effects on an effect chain, guys, and you're putting like, let's say you're putting reverb and delay on something, or no, let's simpler. Let's say you're putting distortion and reverb on something. If you have the distortion before the reverb, you'll get a sound, and if you have the distortion after the reverb, you get a completely different sound. Or to me anyway, it's a notably different sound. It is different. I'm not saying that it's in my head. It is very real and it's different. But sometimes I have to remember the order of things so I don't ruin it. Yo, how did I do that? How am I doing that? Hold on. I've been actually trying to figure out how to do this for a long time, and I did it on accident just now. Hear how it's being sidechained and the kick isn't even coming through? Like you can't hear the kick that it's being sidechained to? Oh, that's awesome. I had no idea how to do that until just now. Although I probably could have like used my brain and figured it out, but holy crap. Sorry. Got a little excited for a second. So I'm gonna mute that. My creative process is so messy, and I do thank you guys, because like this is a thing that I used to be very self-conscious about, like creating things in front of people. So thank you guys for always being really cool and not like judgmental about like how, you know, kind of sloppy the process is. Can I get less bleeding, or actually less sidechain is what I'm looking for. Less. Yeah, less. And then we can get even tighter chops. And like real tight. Like I'm talking tight. Then even these a little bit tighter. Hey, what's up, Swishy? Welcome back. That's what I wanted. That guy over there. So I also want this bass hit to be somewhere mixed in. Like that. And then I can cut it out like that. So it goes. And I cut out also the hand drums, and I also cut out the hi-hat. So it's kind of like this stall of percussion, just where the bass cuts through. Yeah. Probably put some different strings in there. Hey, Swishy, what kind of phone do you have? Just out of curiosity. Oh, wait. Where do I put you? Where do I put you? Oh, see the chords. Oh, that'll be at the end. So, and then I have these cut together. And then slide it. Oh my god. This is so tedious. Thank you so much, Cyber, for being here. And I hope your chores go well. Oh, I thought you had already eaten. My bad. I guess the food just arrived. You hadn't actually eaten it yet. Enjoy your pizza. God, that sounds so good right now. iPhone XR? God, I don't know what that is. I mean, I know it's an iPhone now. I don't know what the XR stands for. Is it pretty good? Do you like it? Is the screen big? That got really messy towards the end. Sorry. I love that. I wish I could get that in faster. Oops. Like, wish I could push it in right there. Like that. And then I can go, like, I can get these down, 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 down. And then I can put them in here. Yeah. Then it kind of turns into like a little groove. Like that. And then I can bring back the love filter. Like maybe on a bandpass, no? So it does one of those. And then and that's my loop. That's my loop. So I put him right there. Bada bing. I don't usually like using bandpass filters. There's something like finicky about them that I can't really put my finger on. There's something kind of annoying about them all the time. And I don't know what it is. I think it's that I need more precision. Bandpass filters, you have to do a lot of like groundwork to make them more precise. And then there we go. So sorry, I hear you, Brian. I do love pizza a lot. My dream slice exists though. That's the wild thing. It's like I wouldn't even need to make it. Mad people have made it. Down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do I get that? Oh, I have to chop them even smaller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We go down and we go up, baby. Like that. Yeah, so set the floor so it's not as low. And then we can throw anything we want in there. It's just a fill section. Doesn't have to be anything important. But I like that as the... See? Okay, this is good. Is Dar still here? Okay, so Dar, earlier you were saying like... Wait, actually, I don't remember if it was you. I'm not going to put this on you. It might have been... Maybe it was Lucy, actually, that was talking to me about making arrangements. So I have sampled my entire first arrangement, right? Like, let me go back to the first arrangement for those of you that either don't remember or you weren't here or just for the sake of the argument that I'm trying to make. I made the first sample here. Where is this? Hold on. Because you shouldn't be there. Oh, are you up here? I swear to God, if you're up here. What are you doing up there, bro? Get the heck out of there. Anyways, that's what the first arrangement sounded like. So that's the first arrangement. It's 125 BPM. It's jazz-esque. It's jazz-esque, and then, or disco-esque, I should say. And then the second arrangement is 140. The second arrangement is 140 beats per second. So it is slightly faster. And what I've done is I've just sampled for it. I've sampled, you know. So now I've made that, and it's like, okay, well, where do I go from here? Where does the actual, because this just is kind of like an extended intro, right? And then dun, 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 ba, 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 and then I can like start putting vocals in there. I can put whatever I want. But if I want the song to change, I don't really have a lot, you know, as far as the sample. There's really no wiggle room. I've pretty much used all of the unique pieces of that sample, because as you remember in the initial arrangement, it wasn't very long. It's just this, and it's really a loop, you know. So I should say it's just this. That's the entirety of the song, or that's the entirety of the sample that I've been allotted to use. And so if I wanted to give myself more things to play with as far as a sample, I can always just go back to the earlier arrangement and then build more song over here, you know, build more, like maybe I get a solo in there, maybe I have some brass now that comes in, and that's all. Wait, hold on, let me set some markers here actually so that I don't forget where the sample itself starts. And then this was probably where it ended. And so you can get more to work with, and honestly that's like really, really important for me, because there are a lot of times where, you know, who here hasn't had to try to make a hip-hop beat? We've all made a hip-hop beat, or at least tried to. And you know, maybe you take a sample of something else, or maybe you're just for me it came from remixing, right? I do a lot of remixes, and Dar brought up my Bad and Bougie remix earlier. When you're doing a lot of remixes, a lot of times you're going to run into a problem, or you're going to run into a hole in the remix, because every remix, well, most remixes, you know, have, or you're taking the acapella, you're taking the vocal, and you're building a new song around it, or at least that's my approach. And sometimes there's limitations there. Maybe for the vocals, they have a harmony on top of the main melody that prohibits you from using certain chords. You know, it clashes with certain chords. Maybe the fact that there's a melody there at all is prohibiting you from using certain musical things that you would like to be able to use. And so I remember running into that roadblock so many times making remixes and being like, oh, this wasn't a properly done acapella, because I can still hear this in the, you know, in the recording. I can still hear the drums a little bit in this recording. Or maybe a vocalist doesn't have a long enough bridge, like the bridge isn't as long as I would like it to be, or the chorus isn't as long as I would like it to be. And so you can do all kinds of things to try to fix that. You can like just double the chorus, or you can double the bridge, or you can take things away. I famously took away the entire Lil Uzi verse from Bad and Bougie because it was long. The song was already long the way that I was making it, and I was like, this is going to kill it. So I just removed his verse from the entire song. And if I had more control over the actual sample, I could remove them in a more effective way. Hopefully now at this point I'm just beating a dead horse and you guys do get what I'm talking about. But yeah, when making your own samples, it is nice to be able to go back and edit things. Jacob says, same question, different day. What is your favorite color at this very moment? I don't really have one, Jacob, but thanks for being here. It is a different day though. That is the same question. Right now I'm looking at a lot of monochrome, right? I got a black desk, black keyboard. There's a black mic with a black arm, black monitors, a black screen, black webcams. And then I'm seeing a lot of white. You know, I have a white desk lamp, a white interface, white keyboard, white drum machine, white, like all of these, all of my instruments are white. This has got a little bit of wood paneling on it, I guess, but for the most part, they're just all white. I'm just seeing black and white. I'm seeing black and white, but I still don't have a good answer to that question, Jacob. I am sorry. Brian's advocating that I should put the A after that drop, that little open section. This little open section right here. Hey, I could put that there. Are you specifically talking about the Lex Luger one? Let's be clear. How do you do that with the sound? The panning in and out. Panning in and out. Okay. Let's talk about that. Because no actual panning is happening right now in this song. So, I need to get to what you're referring to as panning so that we can get on the same page. Are you talking, Crow, about this thing, this automation clip that is going up and down? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something more specifically that's happening within this sample? I know there's a little bit of a lag, and you might actually be typing your reply, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a shotgun approach to this, and I'm going to explain everything that's happening here. And hopefully I hit and clear up what you're referring to as panning in and out. So, I have taken the sample, and I've clearly chopped it up, right? Like you can see a bunch of breaks in it. And if you zoom in even closer, you can see something else, which is these little lines at the end and at the beginning of each sound. And what that's doing is that's like a quick fade in and a quick fade out. It's just to make it so it doesn't clip in and clip out harshly. And that the chopping is done with this X-Acto knife tool up here. You can use it to chop anything. You just kind of draw a line and it'll make a cut where you draw it, And the fading in and out, the very quick fading in and out, is done through bleeding. So if you go to your sampler over here, there's a thing called declicking mode. And like the harsh ins and outs, the clicking sound, the way to get rid of that is there's a variety of different bleeding presets. There's just doing the transient. There's doing generic bleeding, which is what I'm using right here. There's smooth bleeding, which has it so it's even a longer fade in and out, so it's even less harsh. And then there's crossfade, which is like the most slow that you can get it. The most slow, the least fast, I guess, the slowest that you can get it. And this, okay, so I've explained that. This bit that's happening up here, this very, very long fade in, right? This thing, that's a steady increase, then it hits its top, and then it starts decreasing. That is the cutoff, and it's the cutoff of a bandpass filter. So a bandpass filter, there's all types of filters that you can put music through, right? I mean, we could talk for the entire remainder of this stream, 3 hours, just about filters. But the three, I would say maybe most used filters are frequency-based filters, and they're low pass, high pass, and band pass. Now, a low pass, again, I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm being condescending at all. I'm just trying to be extremely thorough. So, a low pass filter will, like its name implies, allow low frequencies to pass through the filter. If we're thinking of a filter as any other filter, like a pool filter or a screen that you put on a window, it's blocking certain things, right? Like if you have a fresh water filter or whatever, it's blocking certain things from coming out. It's letting the water come through. It's blocking like all kinds of sediment or whatever. In music, if you have a low pass filter, it's allowing the low frequencies or the deeper tones to come through, and it's filtering out all of the high frequencies. So if you have, I'm just going to quickly change this just so we can, for example, because I can always redo this. So if I have a low pass on, that's what it's going to sound like. You hear it's letting the low frequencies through, which is why you can't hear any of the really high stuff. It's really this booming frequency, this lower end. Now, if I do that same thing for a high pass frequency, the exact opposite will happen. It's going to block a lot of those low frequencies, and you're going to get the highs. See, barely any bass. The bass sounds really thin. And if you have a bandpass filter, it kind of encompasses both of those. A bandpass filter on the lower cutoff side is going to cut out a lot of the high frequencies, which is why there's nothing really coming through. You can only hear the lowest of the lows. And then you go to the higher end, and it's going to only allow the highs through. Hear how thin that sounds? And so it's just giving you more of a full range, a bandpass. Did that explain what you meant by panning in and out? I feel like I explained a lot, but I might have missed it. Brian says, do you find that pairing a high pass and a low pass together does a better job than, say, a multiband compressor? Yeah. I am always an advocate. I am always an advocate of more moving parts. The more moving parts you have, the better job I think you're going to get done. And so if somebody says, here's a VST, I made a joke about this earlier, but if somebody was like, oh, this is the lo-fi VST, and you just you put it on your master channel, and it's got some cool UI of like a VHS tape or a cassette tape or a vinyl record spinning, and it just makes your song lo-fi all of a sudden. It's probably doing a lot of different things. It's probably, if I'm going to have to hazard a guess, it's adding a little bit of reverb to it. It's probably degrading the sound quality and doing a slight detuning, and it's probably doing a low pass, because for a lot of that lo-fi stuff, we're cutting out frequencies for sure. So there's some type of frequency cutoff happening. What else could be happening? If it's a particularly advanced lo-fi hip-hop, VST, maybe it's doing some type of stutter or whatever. But you're going to have a lot more control, and you're going to do a lot better job of those things if you just go to your effects chain and you manually add in a frequency cutoff, and you manually add in some reverb, and you manually add in the vinyl scratching or whatever. You manually do everything. So yeah, Brian, I do think that having a high pass and a low pass together does a better job than having a multi-band pass or even a band pass. Sometimes when I'm in a hurry, or I just don't feel like putting in that much effort, because the thing is, I don't have any specific needs. I just want to get that French housey sound of the slow filter. Then I'll just kind of do what I did just now, which is slapping a bandpass on it. But you're absolutely right that I do think combining a low pass and a high pass together is going to do a much better job than having kind of a catch-all function VST. Crow says groom cake time. So I'm going to depart from this for a moment to go open up Groom Cake. Crow wanted me earlier to dissect the song Groom Cake. Now, I'm not exactly sure if this song is going to open. Most things like 2017 and earlier, I always feel a little hesitant on opening, because I don't know all the time if they're going to open. A lot of the music that I have from this era, I didn't properly save things, I didn't properly source things. But I'm going to go ahead and give it a go with this one. And nothing seems corrupted. Although it is just one solid WAV file. Wait, hold on, because that's the master. I forgot I saved the masters for Let's Dream. Wow, never mind. I'm maybe a little bit more prepared than I thought I was. Wait, let me not speak too soon, because it is opening the project file, and there may be some corruption here. Hold on. For those of you all that don't know, Groom Cake was a song off of Let's Dream, which was kind of a... Uh-oh, hold on. There's stuff. Groom's Cake was a song off of my body of work called Lush Dream, which was kind of like this chill beat, jazzy hip hop thing that was kind of meant to be played in the background. It was just kind of like atmospheric, passive listening music, chill tunes, and it saved everything. So this is rare for me to be able to open up a song that's 3 years old now? 3 years old? 27? When did Lush Dream come out? 2017? It's rare for me to be... Oh, that's 4 years ago. Anyways, it's rare for me to be able to open up something this old and it still opens up. So I'm going to go ahead and do a full breakdown, Crow, for you. And this is going to go extremely well because, as you can see, and this is true for most of my songs on Lush Dream, look how simple this song is. Look how tiny the song is. The song is exactly 11 tracks. And I only got the 11 tracks really because I was doing layered vocals, as you can see down here. So first things first, we have a kick. Oh, never mind. Our kick has an opening. You know what? I used this kick a bunch of times and it always sounds like that. Hold on. I can... Wait, can I do... Why does it do that? It always does that. There is a way to fix this, and I do remember doing it. But, I have to figure out... Uh-oh. I have to figure out how to fix it. This is one kick that I used in a lot of my songs at the time, Crow. And... Uh-oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it's doing a stretching thing. Just give it a moment. Just give it a second. Oh my God, Christ. I'll fix it. I'm probably just going to plug a different kick in here. This is ridiculous. Oh, wait, unless... Whoa. Is that true? Hold on. If this works, I don't... Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work. I'm just going to put a different kick in here because I want to get through this. So just forgive the fact that the kick you're going to be hearing is not the original kick from Groom Cake. I'm going to use this one. Okay. So we have a kick. The main thing that you're going to notice from this kick is that it's like 4 on the floor, but it has this little stutter kick at the very end. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a 5th hit. There's a 5th hit right here. And something that is more important that I want to point out first, Crow, is that if you look at these kicks, the first kick is right on time, but the second kick, see how it's a little bit early? It's a little bit before the line. The third kick, quite a bit before the line, right? And then the 5th kick is a little bit after the line. And sorry, the 4th kick is a little bit after the line, and then this 5th kick is not on any line at all. It's kind of early. I was doing that because I wanted that human feel. So I didn't like click these out with a mouse. I just kind of played them live, and so they're a little bit off. And I did it a few times so I can get that kind of off, like lagging, sloppy feeling. So that's the kick from Groom Cake. The second thing is a clap. Now, if I play the clap by itself, one, it's not layered, right? Like usually when I open up claps, they're like heavily layered. There's like 5 claps going on there, but this is just 2. So you have this clap, and here there's kind of like this really weird, like this sound that's happening after it. I don't know how good you guys' speakers or headphones is, but it's not just simply a clap. That's because it's ripped from a completely different track. And then there's the second clap. That's really, really hot. It's really, really snappy. So the first clap is this kind of dim, degraded one, and then the second clap is this really hot, high-pitched clap. So I have those claps going. I think the second clap doesn't get on mute until later in the song. And then finally we have a hi-hat. So what's being done on that hi-hat? I'm sure you guys can hear it's not just a dry hi-hat being played. I have it sent over here to track 6, and on track 6 I have added this reverb to it. And the reverb, the reason it kind of has this really weird like that like stuttering effect is because I have, first of all, I have the like the reflection set really, really high. And there's diffusion. There's like quite a bit of diffusion on it. And when you, I mean, I don't want to get too much into like reverb and wet diffusion, stuff like that. But it's a reverb that's giving the hi-hat that sound. Then we have our guitar chords. So what's important about this guitar? The guitar is being played really, really lazy. Again, off the line. A lot of the instruments in this song are played kind of off the line. And the notes, sorry, I thought I was gonna sneeze for a second. So the notes of that guitar. Those are the notes for the guitar, just those chords. I've added some like incidental notes in there. Blended. So that's what's happening with the guitar. Second instrument that I have is a sub bass. Oh my god, in my headphones that bass sounds way better than I was expecting it to sound. Okay, so the sub is just 3 exhaust. Oh wait, never mind. Whoa, I actually used it. So the sub is like, I just took a sine wave and isolated. So you can take a normal sine wave, which I hope you all know what it sounds like. Just think of a dial tone, from a phone. You can take a sine wave and you can, in the sampler, you can actually isolate specific parts of the wave. You can see I have this little red part isolated, and then I just played it like an instrument. Really deep. Really deep sound because it's a sub bass, and that is the entirety of the beginning part of the song. You can see a love filter that's happening right here, and it's being turned down, and we just talked about this, so this is actually a pretty good example of it. Love filter that I have in this song is a low pass filter, and so when you first start off the song, things sound kind of muffled, right? Maybe like they're underwater, or the speakers being smothered by a pillow or something, and then you go later into the song, some things brighten up a bit. I also have another guitar bit here, which is just the lead. So it's just 3 instruments. You have guitar, and you have sub bass. So I put those together on top of that bass, that drum pattern, which really doesn't change much. I kind of just keep that loop going. And then I have some vocals later on in the song. Guess I fell in love too fast. Didn't even stop to ask you if you even loved me back. Now I guess we've got an issue. So there's only really 2 layers of vocals. I have my ground layer. I always call the main vocal the ground layer. Guess I fell in love too fast. And then I have a harmony that's on top of it. Guess I fell in love too fast. And that's it. Guess I fell in love too fast. And those kind of go on for a while. To ask you. And they're also panned slightly. They're panned a little bit different. I have the harmony on the left and the main more so on the right. Loved me back. And then right here, I do add a third for a second. A third vocal take. Didn't even stop to ask you. If you and it's more of like just a round robin thing, right? I have the asked you part right here. And then I have it here. So yeah, it's those are the vocal takes, and then I just have those stacked up on top of each other. And then of course the song just ends. The song. We get like a nice little fade out at the end. know what's funny is the BPM for this is 160, and I was talking about how earlier I can usually recognize 160 just by hearing it, but I didn't hear it in this song because it's like really, really slow. It's like halftime. So, which would, actually make it 80 beats per minute, but I'm not going to get into that. Hopefully that answers the question that you had about this song. Now, Crow, Amnesia is not Amnesia is quite a bit older than this song, so Amnesia is probably not going to be able to open up nearly as seamlessly. In fact, it's probably even going to take me a while to even find it. It's on there. Was it in Lost Polaroids? It definitely wasn't in Lost Polaroids. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. Oh, my God. Wait, hold on. Is this it? Yeah, Amnesia wasn't always called Amnesia. I mean, I guess that's a little bit of a cool trivia for you, Crow, or even for me, because I clearly forgot. Amnesia used to be called Remember. And so I'm glad I remembered which EP it was on, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have been able to find it, because I was never going to look up the track Remember. But this track, a lot of it will not open. This track was on, I don't think any of my vocals are going to open, and neither is the sax riff I'm seeing now. Those are what's popping up as the missing samples. Whoa, hold up. So none of that's going to open up. Again, this is quite a bit of an older song, Crow. But I have but the drum's still open, which is actually very impressive. So first things first, the drum really is just a loop. You have one kick, and you have the snare, and then you have this one tom right before the snare starts. That. And that's all of the drums for the entire first part of the song. As somebody who's heard the song several times, I assume, Crow, you know that the actual, the I guess, mass of the actual arrangement doesn't happen until this bit, which is the third of the song. For the first 2/3 of the song, it really is just Rhodes piano and that drum loop, and my vocals, of course. And my vocals aren't here to play, because they are corrupted now at this point, which is probably for the best. But at a certain point, I do add an octave of that Rhodes piano right here. Yeah. And one of the main reasons I like this Rhodes piano recording is because that Rhodes piano recording can't have any MIDI, because I did record it directly in from my Yamaha Reface CP. For anybody that is unfamiliar with that keyboard, it is a Rhodes. It's just a really tiny Rhodes piano. It's nice. It's got like an analog pickup in it and everything. And so, analog pickup, wow. It's got a little analog amp in it and everything. So it does have this kind of really warm Rhodes piano sound. That's where that came from. And it's not until the end that the bass actually comes in. God, I'm using the same bass, which is kind of funny. Good ear, Crow. This is the same bass that I do end up using later for Groom's Cake, but it's that sine wave sub bass, And that's it, and it just kind of loops that. Something that's really interesting, though, about this bass line, I'll say this before I move on. Hello, Anwar. 300, we made it. We made it. Thank you so much for making it to the stream. I do appreciate you. But this is a thing that I don't really get to do that much anymore. If you listen to the Rhodes piano, there's a bass line happening in the Rhodes piano. So the bass line the bass line for the Rhodes piano is here. And then and then and then it goes. Dun, So you have your bass line kind of baked in there, which is nice. But when I later add a bass line, the bass line is already being taken by the Rhodes piano down here, so the bass line kind of does its own thing. Like this note here is interesting because it actually clashes with the bass line that's baked into the Rhodes, but it works, which is nice. But the only reason I did that, and I love that I did this, and I wish I could do this more often and intentionally. The reason that I did that is because when I recorded the Rhodes piano chords, at the time of me making the song, I couldn't remember what the notes were that I hit. So I wasn't able to like look up MIDI and figure out what the bass line was supposed to be, nor could I figure out what these complicated chords were. I mean, you guys know that now I can play this song pretty easily, but at the time, I kind of played it in the heat of the moment, and since it was all waveforms like this, I couldn't remember what the notes were. And so, yeah, the bass actually is, this bass line, when it comes in, it does change some of the character and quality of the song. I do like this song. This song is, I mean, it's a good song. So it's a fun song, and I think that it is very indicative of a place that I was in at the time. Making a song like this would be very difficult for me today. Not stylistically or, you know, technique-wise, but more so emotionally and creatively. Like, I feel like my brain is in a different creative space than it was then. But I'm glad that I at least saved the project file. It's kind of unfortunate that I don't have the vocals for this song anymore. The vocals are just kind of like, I've got no idea. They're just gone, you know, they're just gone for good or whatever. And that does kind of bum me out sometimes when I think about it. I think these were Dropboxed vocals. I think that's where these vocals are. They were in my Dropbox, and my Dropbox got, I don't know, deleted or whatever. And so I lost a lot of really good vocals that I had recorded through my phone. But all that aside, I hope that answered your question, that like dissection of Groom's Cake and Amnesia. Thank you for asking too. I'm always a little bit sad that not the entire song opens all the time, but it is nice to be able to answer those questions, and I'm glad that you saved them for the production stream. A lot of people will like ask me to do breakdowns on like songs while I'm like sitting at the piano over there, and I'm like, I can't do it now. But thank you, I do appreciate that a lot, Crow. I'm gonna start. We're past noon, and at a certain point pretty soon, I'm going to go make a smoothie so that I can have a little bit of vitamins to carry us throughout the remainder of the stream. But because I think that this section of the stream, which is going to be mostly review now at this point, because I think that this section of the stream is going to take a pretty long time, I'm starting it now. So when we started the production streams and really got into them for season 2, I did make a specific folder for the streams for the songs that were made during these streams. And so I have that folder open now, and there's a lot of stuff in here. The things aren't dated necessarily, so I don't always have like an immediate like recall of what I can open up. But we're going to go through a lot of these things now, and I'm going to try to be as fast as possible because this can very easily, you know, stretch. This can easily stretch time a little bit. So I'm going to go through them, and we're going to talk about where they came from, why they sound like that, are they going to be finished, are we going to see any more of them in season 3, the fate of these songs. The first one I'm going to open is something called Towelette that I honestly don't remember making. I'm just looking at it now for the first time, and oh wait, never mind. This was not made in the stream. That's why I don't recognize that. That is why I don't recognize that. I'm going to instead open up something called Banana Pudding, which I do remember making in the stream. Oh boy, I'm strapped in. I feel good. We can get through these. we can get through these. So this, wow, and I labeled it even appropriately too. This is sick. I do remember making this now. So this was made before I had like actually established what type of music I was going to be making in the stream. And I remember like in nervousness and uncertainty, I kind of just opened it, set it to 126, and started making what a typical Omniboy song would sound like. So we have our layers in here. We have our glockenspiel. We have our xylophone and our pizzicato strings, which are the usual layers. But yeah, that's it. It was just a fun little idea. I think this probably took like maybe an hour in the stream. Maybe an hour. And I ended up making a lot of other things that stream. This is definitely really early season 2. And I ended up calling it Banana Pudding. Next, we have something that's just called Ambient Riff, which, I mean, even without opening it, I can make some probably pretty... Whoa. Sorry. Whoa. Sorry. Whoa. Okay, even without opening it, I can make some probably pretty accurate assumptions about what this track is going to sound like, because the name of it is just Ambient Riff. I feel like that's going to be loud. Oh, it's not too bad. Oh, it's delay. So I was messing a lot with analog delay. This is definitely my reface CP. I can hear it in the tone of the sound. This is my reface CP, and I'm using the analog delay on board of the keyboard. So for a lot of these exercises and ambience, I would kind of paint a huge picture and delay, and then I would put chords on top of it, like this. Yeah, it was just kind of like an exercise in ambience. Hello, Umbe, and welcome. Right now, I'm doing a season 2 review, which like I'm trying to lightning run my way through, where I'm just kind of going over all the things that we've made this season, kind of where they are, how they were made, what the point of them was. This was an exercise in ambience, so this isn't probably a thing that we'll see too much of in season 3. Not this genre, but this track in specific. This was more of an exercise where I was trying to get accustomed to exactly how the analog delay was going to be working when I recorded in analog, like this thing down here. Oops, wow, this thing down here, figuring out exactly how that worked, like going from this kind of one note delay thing to getting to this much more complicated like tapestry of sound over here. And that's something that I've definitely used a lot since then, and we're going to see exactly how that things like that ended up materializing further down in season 2 in the stream. So after that, what else do we have in here? We have another ambient track. This ambient track was when I was taking in a lot of samples from people. Lindsay sent in a sample of them playing a thing on the keyboard, I think in FL Studio. They sent in a waveform of that, and what I did was I took the original sample that they sent in, and there was like already notes in it, so I was like, I can't use this as a melody, so what can I do with this? And I decided to take it and reverse it. So you can even see that, like, this is the Lindsay sample. It's even named that. This is the Lindsay sample played forward. It looks like this, and so I just took the entire sample and I reversed it, and then I used the very beginning of it and looped it. So this is what the sample sounds like. So I use it as kind of like an atmospheric thing. Just building an atmosphere, harmonic atmosphere. And then this was my microKORG. So I used that, and I put some piano underneath it with my MX61. And then I also used a bass sound from my MX61. Kind of made it more jazzy, very chill. And then I had some white noise going on, and it actually ended up becoming kind of like a breakbeat thing. Once I added the drums, it became more of like a slow breakbeat. It's 142. It's 140 BPM, which is not something that I was spending a lot of time on in the stream, and so this was kind of a rarer case. And then weeks later, I ended up coming back to this song and adding this arpeggiator right here. That's going to come in a few seconds. This arpeggiator I ended up adding after the fact. Oh, Daniel, this was the song you were talking about. Word. So that's what this song ended up being. Is this a song that I'm going to end up using? Are we going to see this in Season 3? Honestly, probably not too much of this song in Season 3. This song is going to go into a very specific bag of songs that I have where it's like, kind of like that earlier ambient thing where it's like, this is good and I will probably use it in its entirety or bits and pieces of it for a future track. But I probably won't be working on this track anymore going into the future. I'll just be taking specific things that I learned from it and saving this. A lot of these songs that we're doing this review of right now, by the way, I'm going to be putting in a new separate folder called Season 2, just so that when I want to reference things that happened in Season 2 or go back and perhaps open something that happened in Season 2 to kind of like music mine it for information for a future composition, I'll be able to know where to find it, because a lot of these names are super forgettable. This one is called Yamaha Watches. I don't remember this one at all. Okay, so I'm already seeing that I ended up sampling the entire song and throwing it into a sampler, so this part you're hearing right now is probably going to end up being played backwards or something in a few minutes. Yeah, that sounds like me. Oh crap, this is good. I do remember this. Yeah, it was ambient. I mean, it's pretty good. Anyways, I forgot that it did that. So this song, are we going to see any of this in season 2? Probably not this song specifically, but I'm definitely not deleting this song. This is definitely not one thing that's just going to collect cyber dust forever. Like, this is very good. And I'm going to jump a little bit out of chronological order because this song directly made another ambient song that I made a week ago possible. And so a week or maybe 2 weeks ago now, I made another ambient song that was 100 beats per minute. And it took a lot of direction from that song that just played, which was kind of like Daydream inspired, if you've heard my Daydream album. And so a lot of like the percussion work and the reverb work was taken from that song and used in this one. There is somebody that used to call me Sweet Boy Cyber, but they used it as an insult. So I have been called that by like an old homie. Yeah, but it wasn't like a compliment. See, that drum work, very similar to the track from before. Yeah, so this was a pretty short ambient idea that was more recent, but I think that a lot of the ideas explored in this song were accumulative of a lot of the ambient work that we've done in the season 2. Like, Because on its face, it sounds super, super simple, right? But there's a few things that are going into this. First, we have our analog loop. Hear the loop? I'm not playing that. I just played 3 notes and I have them looping, which you heard from that earlier ambient work. Another thing that is happening in the song is the percussion work, which is very, very similar to that of the track I just played, where I sampled Lindsay's song. Like more like rolling drums, less like about a kick and a snare, and more about just percussion rhythmically playing with each other. You have claps. You have your big kick, reverbed out. And so that's another element that's being played. Another element that's being played is my micro Korg S right here. What does this actually sound like? I'm glad you asked. If I take off the reverb and I take off the destructor, it sounds like this. And you can even hear that it's being played backwards. You can hear that like sucking sound. So what does it sound like forward? Like this. So to get that sound, I reversed it to get this. And then I put destructor on it to get this. And then I put reverb on it and then turned down the dry to get this. So see, there's a lot more processing involved. Where does this sound come from? So I played a full thing with the piano. I played a full line with the piano. Then I just chopped it and used only those notes. Played intentionally offbeat. Played intentionally offbeat. And then I put the destructor on it, which is, again, it's distortion. And I put reverb on it. If I take off the distortion and the reverb, it sounds like this. So you can, like, just barely hear it. I had the distortion. Then I had reverb. All those things together. And those are just strings, reverbed out strings. This is what the MIDI from those strings looks like. Sorry, let me solo it. Very pretty. And that's it for that song. So this was kind of a cumulative. I definitely think I'm doing something with this. I love this song. But this song is more so just going to inform ambient works for season 3. But I probably will not be working on this in the stream beyond today. Okay, so next song, we have something called Sunflow, which I think might also be an ambient thing. A lot of the ambient things didn't get put into their own folders because I'm not making an ambient record. So a lot of those things are just kind of like swimming around here. Making pretty good time. I still like, this thing is like backloaded. Like a lot of these earlier songs are going to take way less time to dissect because I spent like one stream on them several months ago. This one's called Sunflow. Oh, I remember this now. It's a lot of reverse stuff, a lot of things reversed. So first we have piano in reverse. We've got violins in reverse. So we're combining those two, and then we of course have a sub, the bass sub. I like this song. Oh, dang, that sucks. I like a lot of these. So where does this song go? It opens up right here for this piano. I love those videos, very ironically, Cyber. And that's dope that this reminds you. I can hear it. I can see the white text like doing the like, now this. In Singapore. Oh, I forgot. This ends up opening up to have some pretty cool chords in it on top of this melody. Bing, bum, 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 bum. So I was playing with that. I was playing again with my ambient themes, which is like melody on top of changing chords. I've changed the chord progression. And then we pull in some percussion. I really like the percussion in this song, which is not something I was going to spend much time on, but I do like. I like that. That's cool. I don't remember this. And then it opens up into what looks like a woodwind arrangement. Yeah. Oh, then it just ends like that. So yeah, these were more exercises in ambience, and so I wasn't doing a lot of sampling for these tracks. A lot of these songs I was just playing something and usually reversing it. I was doing a lot of reverb. When we're talking about ambient stuff, it's mostly post-processing. So a lot of these ambient tracks are more so exercises for when I'm doing stuff in season 3. But a lot of these tracks will probably not be worked on live. They'll just kind of go into the coffers. Into the coffers they go. This track is called Static, and I do remember this song because it is a sample. I ended up sampling my song Going Nowhere and building it off of I don't know, triplets? I don't know if those are actually triplets, but that's what the drum is built off of in the song. But it's 4 on the floor, and I love the combination of those two. So this song was mostly built for the potential to have vocals over it. I haven't revisited this song too many times to write vocals because I've been kind of writing in a very specific like disco love feel, and this song feels more dramatic, so I don't know lyrics for this one quite yet. Like even the trumpets make it seem more dramatic. Like I don't usually use brass in a dramatic way. It's more so in a funky, fun way. But this is not funky fun. So Rem is asking a question. How did I make those ooh, ah, 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 those sounds? Again, this is a sample of my song Going Nowhere. If you've heard my song Going Nowhere off of my album Quick Breath, you will recognize that as my voice singing that song. That's just my voice. All I've done is chop it up. So the actual song for Going Nowhere sounds like this. Sorry, I'm playing it in reverse. So if I play it forward... Oh my god, there's so much freaking reverb on it. Now I gotta do that. Ooh, deconstruction. So this is what the song actually sounds like. Rem. When I get to the end, I have a lot of my voice singing in it, but my voice it's been pitched up. So it sounds like that. And I'm saying Going Nowhere in My Jetta. Those were the vocals, or the lyrics rather, for the hook in that song. And so you go to the beginning of this song, and all I've done is I've chopped up that section. And it's played backwards. And it just loops that. All I've done is I've put piano over it, and I've put a bass over it. Well, thank you, Cyber, for listening to it. Going Nowhere isn't even a track that I listened to a lot, but during the time that I was playing live in 2018, I was playing it live quite a bit because it is a very dancey song. It's more like funky. It's like a slower version of a lot of the stuff that I'm making now. But this track, I did sample it, and that's when I was just getting into the cusp. Like, this was early, before I was doing a lot of plunderphonics in the stream. I was like making things that were like kind of like towing the line of plunderphonics, and so that was that song. It's called Static. I'm definitely going to do something with this song, whether I record vocals for it or somebody else records vocals for it, or I end up sampling it for a completely different song. This is gonna get made. Like, I like this song a lot. I want to say that's like early to mid season 2. But yeah, I do remember. Do you remember you talking about listening to that song? I had to open it up. I had to play it backwards. I've got to listen to the record backwards. This song is called Spronk. The name is subject to the title is subject to change. This was definitely once I got full into like disco, city pop, funky territory. And so you can even hear the city pop influence when we go into the layers. I mean, layer 1 is, of course, you have your Rhodes piano. Layer 2 is bass guitar. Then we have a guitar. That's like a lead guitar. Then we have guitar chords. This is all coming from my MX61, by the way. I just played these like it was a piano. And then we have an actual piano. Real bright chords. And then you have your trumpet stabs. All these are very city pop instruments. And then we have like more so omni instruments, which is you have your staccato violins, and we have your staccato glockenspiel, and then you have your layered xylophone, and those all together make this layer stack. And so yeah, all together it's that like city pop influence, but it's definitely my song. And that's it. That's all this song really is. It's a very dramatic song, says Ren. I assume you're talking about the last song, but I mean, they're both kind of dramatic in their own way. This is more of a funk dramatic. And so it does that. Then I have a synth solo at the end. you get the point. I'm not going to play all the way to the end. But the song that I played right before this, the really dramatic one that sampled an older song of mine, this next song I'm going to play is in the exact same vein. Actually, never mind. No, it's not. I'm thinking of a different song. The song is called Something Blue. I don't remember this song. Something Blue. Give me a second. Oh, I do remember this song. Okay. Again, we're in the city pop influence phase of season 2. So you can hear it. Bass guitar. Then we'll have some legato strings that come in. Are very bright. For a lot of that city pop stuff, it's always like kind of really bright, dreamy, airy, 130, 135, 125, and that kind of nice little like housey, boppy rhythm. And that's where this song was. And then we sample it. So you can hear it kind of being played back. We have a bandpass filter, which we were using earlier today. Kind of has like a Daft Punk vibe. And that's it. I never listened to this anymore. But yeah, that's the entirety of that song. And so now you can see that I'm kind of starting to transition a little bit from the city pop tracks into like sampling the city pop tracks now and getting that funky like stutter glitchy sound. You know, I'm building the sample and then I'm using the sample. I'm building the disco, the city pop record, and then I'm making like more of a future funk stutter thing out of it, which again you saw me do at the very beginning of this stream with the song that I was making. Shuffle is nothing, so I'm going to go ahead and skip that one. It's not even a song. It's just an empty project file that I have forgotten to delete every single time I come across it. So basically with all these samples, your songs are mostly all connected somehow. Yeah. I just keep recycling them, you know, like I'll take one of my old songs, play it backwards, take another one of my songs, chop it up, take another one, play it slower than it needs to be played, you know, there's just so many. I feel like I have so many songs that it's kind of like a rich pool of things to sample from. This song is called Showered. It's got your typical 130 like disco beat. I haven't recorded vocals for it, but I do like this chord progression. We're still in that mode, you know. I used to very rarely put piano in songs, guys. I used to very rarely put like full piano in songs because I felt like piano was kind of limiting. It didn't have all of the capabilities and variety of a synthesizer. And so I am starting to do it a lot more, which is why you're hearing it in these songs. And that's all the song is. It's just that, and then it ends at the end. It fades out with that progression. But it hasn't gone anywhere. There's a lot of songs like this. Usually when, and this is true for any, you know, songwriter, this is true for any artist, whenever you're like nailing down skills or you're trying to grow as something, you make a lot of like sketches, and a lot of these are just kind of like cool sketches. Maybe this turns into something, maybe this doesn't, but I do think that this has definitely shaped and changed my approach to kind of this more disco sound, you know. The next song is called Orbital Space, which was a foray into something that I didn't end up spending actually a lot of time in season 2 making, which was more like wonky beats. It's not really danceable. It's just more spacious. And that's all the song was. There was a brief period of time where I was like doing a lot of just beat making. I think like beat videos had to kind of become big after I left, actually, after I stopped posting as many videos. And I was thinking back to like there was a second for when I wasn't really trying to make people dance. I was just trying to make interesting beats. And so I did back down into that in the stream a few times. This one was called Orbital Space. I probably will in season 3 start trying to get back into like wonkier, weird, shuffly halftime beats, and so it's not just all 4 on the floor, 125 to 140 house music. But that is where that one was, and I think out of all of the wonky beats that I have made in the stream, that one is probably one of the most impressive because it's minimal, but it still has like motion. Like there really is just piano and drums, but it still has a little bit of motion. This next song is actually a song that was recommended by Rem, or at least the BPM was. I let the people in the stream choose a BPM that I would make a song at, and this one was 150. I ended up liking it a lot, actually. Really like this song. That's a thing that I didn't start using honestly until season 2. The muted guitar and putting delay on it. I don't know why I started doing that exactly. I think it was more of a Kismet thing. Like I started putting hip mutes because I liked that they could be used as an ARP if I didn't want to have a full like synthesized arpeggiator running. And putting delay on it did kind of give things this like, I mean, I hate to say it, but policey feel. Like now that I hear the tracks that I have with that, which is a few tracks now, it reminds me of the Police. Those. And so this track ended up being cool. And will we see this track in season 3? Honestly, probably. This probably will come back in season 3. But the reason that I like this song so much is because it is at a BPM that I'd kind of abandoned as being like unusable for dancing music. But this is 150 and it still feels very like relaxably danceable. And so I'm glad that I was able to spend a little bit of time on that in the stream. Moving right along, making amazing time. I'm going to open up a track called Nightfire. This one was me trying to conceptualize. This was kind of like a challenge for me because I ended up playing this lead. And I don't remember who was in the chat, but somebody in the chat was like, that lead kind of sucks, and it's going to be hard to contextualize into being a good song. And they were right. It was hard. Hey. Ah! My voice is so loud there. Why? Hey. do like this song though. So does this song actually end up getting used for anything? Probably not. Like not at least in the form that it is right now. This was more so of a challenge, but I do very much like this chord progression because in the end I did this. I do really like those chords, so I'll probably go and like figure out what those chords are and then put those in a future song. But the song as it stands right now, I don't know. It was a cool idea, but I don't know if I end up turning it into like a thing on an album anytime super soon. The next song, I love how fast this is going. I love this. This is music you use during a set at a club. It's not for albums. Yeah, exactly, right? It's a live tool. It's a live tool. The outro is still amazing. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate you. Sounds like Andre 3000 painting the town red in Tokyo. Jesus Christ, what on earth? So this track is Lion King. The name of the track is Lion King. It has nothing to do with Lion King at all. It's more minimal as far as the notes that I've chosen. Most of the work in this track is, as you can see by this huge black stretch over here, is from the percussion. A lot of the work is in the percussion for this song, which is rare for me, and I've been trying to get better at that, so this was kind of a growth track, I guess. All hand drums. I do like this part here. This would be like the verses if there was vocals. That's it. That's all that track was. I really like that track. I like tracks that only have a few different instruments and there's a lot of reverb. There are more tracks that I don't really play in the stream. They're more so, for me, they're my private tracks that are very similar to this, that have this kind of like, more of like a Central South American, West Indian, like island rhythm and the way that the kick is played, where it's like this, you know, anybody who's listened to more like, crap, what's homie's name? Who made that song, Joanna? Joe? Was it even called Joanna? Oh my god. Please tell me somebody knows what track I'm talking about. I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna find it because I can't move on. I can't move on in this thing. By Afrobeat. Oh my god. I love that song. Anyways, it's a very, very simple song, and it got very, very big, and it's very good. But the part that I focus on about that song is that it's a very, very minimalistic song. Yes, thank you, Jesse. It's Afrobeat. It's a very minimalistic song. And making stuff that, like, rhythmically feels good and tonally and harmonically is memorable with having very few aspects is something that I feel like is more popular in, again, the West Indies and Central America and South America. You know, there isn't a lot of fluff, and this to me doesn't have the fluff. Like, there isn't some super busy bass line. There isn't like an ARP. Even if I take away the melody, which would be done by the vocals anyway, it's really just... Not a very common kick pattern for me. I have a lot of the 4 on the floor stuff and not just these 3 hits. But I've spent enough time on this track. But hopefully that makes sense. The things that I have said about this track. On to the next one. Brian says, no shade. Paula Abdul or Janet Jackson would slay on this track. Oh, wow. I like that. Thank you. I love both of those people. I think I'm a little bit more partial to Janet Jackson. Maybe. Oh, dang, no, that's hard. Paula's got... why am I trying to make it a competition? They're both amazing. I guess I'm not partial to either one. Just Janet Jackson has that one song. What is that song? Wait. Oh, I'll never think of it. I'll think of it later. But anyways, this song is called Golden Voice. It's named after a production company in Los Angeles, or just in the world, I guess. Golden Voice. They like throw concerts and stuff. I haven't listened to this in a long time though, so I don't remember what it sounds like. Never mind, I remember this track. This song, okay. I was making like chill beats. So this is the building of the sample, right? So that's before I was doing different arrangements. So you can see that I'm building the sample. This is the building of the sample. And then if you just go over to the right, you'll see where I'm sampling the sample with a beat right here. So I was doing a lot of more stuff like this on the stream. Hey, what's up, Linux? And then you move even further to the right, and you can see now where the sample's being chopped up a bunch. So again, all in the same arrangement, but 3 different processes happening. Folks, it was more of a chill beat, and that's called Golden Voice. The song that I was thinking of is Runaway, by the way. Stream. The Janet Jackson song that I was trying to remember was called Runaway. I love that song. Don't think I've heard this one, said Cyber. This was very early on, by the way. This is like super, super early season 2. And the reason I know that is because I kind of abandoned all of the Lush Dream type tracks pretty early on. Like, I just stopped making chill things and started gravitating more towards disco house, funky stuff, and plunderphonics by way of disco house and funky stuff. If you notice, a lot of the ones I'm playing are the ones that we spent the least amount of time on. So some of you might not recognize or have even heard some of these for the first time. I'm saving all the ones that we actually built, like super, super built, until after I get through these. This is the next one. This one's called Con Man. Some of you will remember this because it was a drum and bass track from earlier. So that was the A section that always kind of was there from the first day I worked on it. Then I added this B section later, quite a bit later. time to add a bass line to this. To be honest, Conman is probably going to end up coming up in season 3. There will be a lot more drum and bass and like articulate percussion work in season 3. And I think this is going to be one of the few of that in season 2 that gets kind of carried over. So expect to hear some of that to some degree. Chicken Jazz is the next track. I remember this song very well because when I opened things up to... thank you, by the way, Ram. I appreciate that. When I opened things up to sample submissions, I had in the Discord people just sending in a bunch of random things, and I was opening everything, whether it was something people were sending in as like a funny like TikTok video or something people had recorded themselves, their own voice. And somebody had sent in a chicken, and I think it was a cat, and I sampled the chicken because I didn't like the sound of cats. And then I ended up I sampled the chicken and like looked until I could find something that was usable, and this sounded like a melody to me. Da, 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 da. So I kept that, and I just looped that, and then I used other instruments around it. That's all of it. I mean, I'm not going to go through each individual layer, but I just kind of like built a fun little jingle around the chicken sound, and I got what I wanted out of it. It was very short. It was very sweet. And on the same, kind of in the same vein as that as far as ensembles and sounds that I was using, I also made the Booba theme. The Booba theme was made during the Monday through Thursday stream on the piano, and then I decided, or rather Leanna recommended that I make a Fruity Loops version of it. And so it sounded like this. This song always reminds me of like toys and like toy soldiers and stuff. Wow, yeah. Absolutely. That's sick. That's the Booba theme. So I ended up recording the Booba theme with an ensemble that a bunch of orchestral instruments in it. Hey, what's up? Oh, Alpha's here. This sounds like something from Kingdom Hearts, I think. You know what? Normally I would take offense, but you're absolutely right. It freaking sounds like flying in the gummy ship. When you go in Kingdom Hearts and you have to meet freaking Chip and Dale for the first time in the like little gummy ship headquarters. I don't even remember what that song sounds like, but this song gives me the same vibes as walking in and getting my first gummy ship. So maybe the two tracks sound similar. Maybe they don't. I can't decide. I cannot decide. This is the last stream for a moment. Yes, it is the last stream for a moment. We're closing things out. It's all over. This next song is called Boba, and just a forewarning, this song I ended up actually using for a commission. I got a commission recently that I needed to make like a more dancey thing for, and I was like, yo, this is a track that's not going anywhere, and so I used this one for it.
I can't...
Woo! Let me mute those things. And so the track sounds like this. just like Yoko Shimomura when I grow up. I do really like this song. Sometimes when I like something a lot, I don't want to use it for commissions because it's like my baby and I don't want to just sell it away. But this one was used for a commission, so it's gone. Yeah, I'm super out of it and missed the streams. Got a lot of life stuff, but y'all already know. Oh, absolutely. Life stuff is what made me late to the stream today. The stream did start quite a bit late. This next one is called Bina Man. B-I-N-A Man. This one came right after or right before Bus Fare, so they have a very similar setup and the way they're built. You know, you have your bass, your piano, and then I ended up sampling it and then making something different with it. So I ended up just kind of chopping it and making like a little bit of like a 4 on the floor 150. Wow, this is 150. Hey, Rem. I actually already made like a 4 on the floor 150 track. I guess I just didn't remember. This does feel fast though. This one was nice. And then 300. 300 is a track that I started today. We could do that, Alpha. We could do that. Or we could do a movie. I kind of wanted to do a movie, even though I didn't like decide on one. Give like a for sure decision. Did the song just get faster, says Rem? The song did get faster. So I did have some BPM automation on that song as well. I probably should have said that. But yeah, the song does get considerably faster after the sample gets triggered. That's all done with automation. This is the track that I made today. So at the very beginning of the stream, I was just kind of doing something kind of work the rust off. And so I started this song that is at 125. I was building a sample here. And so that's the loop. And so I took that and I exported that as its own song, and then I started a new arrangement and I bumped the BPM up to 140, and I made this. And so it was basically just sampling that first bit and like stuttering it. I didn't end up doing anything more with it in this part of the stream, but I do like that. And so that was 300 at the top of this stream. Now, that's all of the stuff that's kind of like still sketches. Like I've gone over all the sketches. Now I'm going to go over the actual songs that have come out of this. Oh my god. Now I'm going to go over the actual songs that have come out of these streams. Starting with Cirrus. If I seem exhausted going into these, it's just because I know that I'm not going to be able to like just breeze through these because they all are like full songs now, except for this one. Actually, this can be a breeze. So I did sample my song Embrace with Academy Garden down here. It's being played in reverse and it's being played at a higher BPM, and it's being low passed, which is why it sounds like that. Here's what it would sound like normally. It's pretty messy with all the percussion being played in reverse, and that's why I have it low passed. Kind of has that plunderphonic feel. And so I ended up adding choruses to it that have like distorted piano. Crow says they love the crunchy sound. Me too, honestly. I try not to overdo it because I do really like the way like distorted pianos sound. Because this was just my MX61, this white keyboard that's right next to me here. You know, without the distortion, it's just piano. I just added some distortion to it. Gives it that crunchy sound, and then the bridge has kind of this like slow down string arrangement. And so that's the bridge, and then it just kind of goes back to the hook and gets out. Rem says, what song were you talking about earlier that had that dusty feel? It might have been Bus Fare. Which we're getting to right now. So those were all of the sketches from season 2, which, you know, as when I play them like rapid fire back to back like that, doesn't seem like too many songs. So that's cool. I don't know how many I expected it to be. But now to get into the songs that are actually like songs from season 2. So we have Talkbox, which is the do the shuffle, do the bop and the bounce to bounce, do the wiggle, do the hop and the mouth to mouth. Wait, do the shuffle, do the bop and the bounce to bounce, do the wiggle, do the pop and the mouth to mouth, is the lyrics from that song. I just recorded myself saying that into my phone because I'm pretty sure this was before I had. Wait. Hold on. I did record that into my phone. I think there's a brief period after I even got this mic where I was still recording all my vocals through my phone. So those vocals are recorded through my phone, and then I just had a house beat around it, and I used the scat jazz vocals. And as you can see, this, you know, capping in at about 50 tracks is more, it's further along than some of those sketches that we were listening to. shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. The song always makes me think of Easy Dora now, because Easy Dora likes it a lot. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. Do the shuffle, do the pop and 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 do the shuffle, do the shuffle, do the pop and the bounce to bounce. Do the wiggle, do the bop and the mouth to mouth. And just kind of repeats that way for a little while. I really like the kuika sound in this song. This bit, you know, it's got some reverb on it for sure, but it really cuts through the mix more than it seems like it should. It's just one track and 50, but it cuts through so nice. It cuts through like perfectly. I do like this song. Do 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 do. It has a little jazz intermission. I'm not gonna break down all the layers of this jazz intermission right now because it is a lot, but it's like Signals. If you think of Signals, it's all the same instruments from Signals. It kind of goes down from there, just like chilling out more so. But yeah, this track was, I'll say this before I move on, this track was one of those songs that took a lot of mixing work, particularly because I was mixing 3 distinctly different sections, with this section being more of like a housey bit, and then this bit being like a Signals, like jazzy bit with different drums, and then this part at the end was just annoying because I know I had this sax sound from the MX61, and then I had my strings that were not from my MX61. These strings were from East West Studio, and I also had the piano. And they're all right about at the same octave position. So like cutting in and out the frequencies so that they all fit together and weren't just like fighting was a nightmare, because I also had the jazz stacks going. So I couldn't have any of them go too low, you know? Anyways, so that song's called Talkbox. It's probably gonna, all these songs' titles are probably gonna be changed before they get released. You know, I guess I can call them working titles. I just needed something to save the songs under, you know. This sounds like M2U now. I don't know what that is, Crow. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. That little fiddle reminds me of a good old-fashioned hoedown. Right? I said this before, Cyber, but whenever I play that song, and even when I listen to it, when I first started that song, it was supposed to, you know, it was supposed to have this, like, more, like, in a nightclub, like, people, like, what I envisioned was like the very typical video of like people in like a nightclub or a rave or a disco, and it's like you can tell that the camera has like a light attached to it, because everything is like kind of like vignetted, like they're recording people dancing. It's like people doing like really stupid, like outdated, like retro dances with this kind of like vignette spotlight on them. That's what I felt in the beginning, but then once I got to the second half where I actually added a melody, it makes me think of Steamboat Willie. It always makes me think of a bunch of like Cuphead type characters going like doing like weird like jolty like, and I don't know why that is. It's like a honky tonky type melody, I guess. It's like reminds me of all the worst parts of electro swing. But anyways, this song is called Picture This. This song was the first and last / only song that used the entire submission of the stream. So Cyber put together a sentence prompt and had everybody in the stream, or anybody who wanted to participate rather, record themselves saying it, and then I kind of like chopped up the vocals and added, music around it, and then ended up adding lyrics. But that's the origin of Picture This song.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Picture this.
Come outside. Fried an egg.
I use it.
Girl, what?
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Picture this.
Fried pajamas.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Picture this.
Come outside. Fried an egg.
I use it.
Girl, what?
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I wish I could go back to the start, before we pulled everything apart.
Picture this.
Us just how we were back then, thinking this could never end. Now we just want to be friends again.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Picture this.
I use it.
Girl, what?
Picture this.
The pajamas only happens once.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I can try to move on, but get the feeling. Stop living in the past. But I'm caught on the line, the one you're reeling in.
Picture this.
Us just how we were back then.
Yeah, Jesse, verse 2 happens. I did it.
Now we just want to be friends again.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Girl, what?
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
I use it.
Picture this.
Fried an egg.
Yo, Cyber. You caught it. I just erased something. Sorry. That's Picture This. I would say that Picture This is like the closest to being like a completely finished song. All of these songs that I'm playing now are like mid 80% and up for the most part. For sure. Just because these two tracks are like kind of paired in my brain, I'm gonna do Just Believing next. It's perfectly 4 minutes. I'm trying to keep things under 4 minutes. Was that a Baywatch clip? Okay, so Jesse, it's not a Baywatch clip, but it's a whistle. It's like a lifeguard's whistle going do 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 do, and I took it out of that last bit because it felt like too much. It was like it just felt like too much because I do it earlier in the song, and I kind of want that song to be filled with like things that only happen once, if that makes sense. Like the pajamas quote. It's like there's a lot of instances in Picture This that only appear at once in the song, and I wanted the Baywatch whistle to be one of those things. This track, also called Just Believing, it starts with a reverse crash, and that's because I haven't done dynamic intros. All these tracks I'm playing are going to have dynamic intros that I'm going to do in my own time, for sure.
It's like song. So I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
These I'm supposedly.
Slurpee? 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10.
It's like song. So I'm supposedly there. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
These I'm supposedly.
Slurpee? 10 out of 10.
Just believing. I'm supposedly there out loud.
This now is Jesus'
These I'm supposedly there. Go. We're gonna go.
I gotta tell you.
I'm supposedly there out loud. What day is this?
This now
Just believing.
Jesus'
Supposedly there. Just believing. Can we believe?
I'm supposedly low in demand. You knew all the good ones would be taken. Just grab hold of me, I'll be your man. Just believe it. I'm a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, Cyber, I'm probably still going to be adding a lot of samples to this for the next month or so.
This now
Just believing.
Jesus'
I'm supposedly.
Slurpee?
We're gonna go.
10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10.
I'm supposedly there out loud. What day is this?
This now is Jesus' intentions.
Supposedly there. We're gonna go.
10 out of 10.
Just believing.
I want to play Katamari. I mean, same, honestly.
I'm supposedly low in demand. You knew all the good ones would be taken. Just grab hold of me, I'll be your man. Just believe it. I'm a 10 out of 10.
Just believing.
I'm supposedly
Supposedly there out loud.
This now
Just believing. I'm supposedly.
Slurpee?
We're gonna go.
10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10.
Medley.
Just grab hold of me. Just believe it.
Thanks for noticing the drum roll, Cyber. It's actually really funny. I add all these things, and because I'm hearing these songs so much, I don't notice them. But I feel like if you're hearing them, only like once a week, and then not hearing all the work that I put, those parts jump out. The additions.
Just believing.
And so that's just believing. Just believing in picture this. I feel like the reason I'm putting them in the same space in my brain is because they both feature Cyber's voice. They both feature like voices from people in the stream, and they're both like, I feel like a good combination of like the plunderphonic and more, what's the word I'm trying to use? Plunderphonic and crap. Did I do anything? I'm gonna say don't save. They're a good example of like the plunderphonic thing, more pulled into maybe the funkier and positive. There's like there's a type of music, I don't know, like uplifting or playful nature. Like you can have a disco song that's not necessarily playful. You can have like serious funky music, and then you can have like cute, bubbly, playful, funky music. And I feel like that fit more into that category, if that makes sense. This is Jumble Butt, which I do want to play the first arrangement of really quickly, because the first arrangement was, I believe, at 125. Please don't ruin the song. Please don't ruin the song. And I made this. And so I made that, and then I ended up making this out of it, this like sample. But I didn't know what to do from then on, so the song actually sat in purgatory for a pretty long time before I ended up building this actual song out of it. Whoa, sorry, I'm in the wrong BPM. The song's at 130. I was like, holy crap, I'm singing so fast. I haven't mixed any of these vocals yet. I'm just not muting them right now, but they're not mixed or anything. I like recorded these like a couple of nights ago.
I'm feeling fancy. Not sure where I'm gonna go, but I'm down to have fun. Heart is full just like the moon. The club is jumping. I just gotta find my groove, and I know what to do. Grab the hottest in the room, and now we're bumping. He's got looks, he's got the moves, but I wish he was you. Feels like I'm sinking, feels like I'm swimming too. I'm on the brink and I can't stop thinking
As usual, there's no verse 2. There's no verse 2 to any of my songs. Also, I like finally got the vocals and the hook to sound the way I wanted them to, and it took freaking forever. So I'm like trying to not touch them at all. They're like finally leveled where I want them.
Feels like I'm sinking, feels like I'm swimming too. I'm on the brink and I can't stop thinking of you. Feels like I'm flying, feels like I'm diving too. Maybe I'm falling, baby, I'm falling for you. Feels like I'm sinking, feels like I'm swimming too. I'm on the brink and I can't stop thinking of you. Feels like I'm flying, feels like I'm diving too. Maybe I'm falling, baby, I'm falling for you.
A lot of the hold on, I want that to ring out. A lot of the songs that I'm making or that I made from the stream that have gotten this far along in their completion, I don't know, their progress meter, I suppose, kind of run into the same issue I have where it's like I'm recording so many vocals and I don't record like the way I record vocals is I record layers and sections at a time. So it's like layer of verse 1, layer 2 of verse 1, layer 3 of verse 1, layer 8 of verse 1, and then layer 1 of hook 1, layer 2 of hook 2 or hook 1, layer 3 of hook 1, layer 8 of hook 1, and then layer 1 of verse 2, layer 2 of verse 2. And so it ends up being this nightmare, this like absolute like just hurricane of sound. And so getting things to kind of fit together takes so long. Any mixing engineer is familiar with that. Like getting my vocals to sound in the hook how they do.
Feels like I'm flying, feels like I'm dying too.
Took so freaking long, and I'm still not quite there yet, but I'm like so close that I'm afraid to touch them. And I still have like to mix like the verses and probably re-record some stuff. And I also like the brass is really loud. This is in like a mixing nightmare right now, but the song as far as its arrangement is pretty much complete, and I'm pretty happy with that. That song is called Jumble Butt. I do need to change the name of this song. I probably will sometime in the break. But this is one of those tracks that like once I started getting like significant work on it, I did like hide it and it'll go right back to being hid. The next time you guys probably hear this song in full from beginning to end will be when it comes out, because I'm not going to not release this song. Like some of those early sketches were just like, I don't know, maybe I'll finish it, maybe I won't. But these tracks that I'm playing you now and this section of the stream are the ones that are like, no, this is coming out at some point. This is coming out. Vocals into a full instrumental do be sucking. Yeah. I don't write second verses well, says Brian. Word. I feel you, actually. I actually suck at writing verses. I'm really good at writing hooks. Like I can write a hook. And then when it comes to like, because for people that like do songwriting, like a lot of times people will focus on different parts of the song first. A lot of professional songwriters, though, start with hooks, and then you build the hook from the verses. So like the hook will be like your memorable part, the part that you want to be catchy, the part that you want people to sing and remember. And it can talk about falling in love. It can talk about falling out of love. It can talk about going out dancing. It can talk about having a good day. It can talk about a lot of things. But then your verses usually have to, in some degree, inform that hook. And it's like I'm really good at coming up with ideas, i.e. hooks, and then really bad at coming up with story to support them, i.e. verses. And so I often will write a hook and then in like a day, and then it'll take me like 3 months to write the first verse, and then it'll take me 6 months to write the second verse. Which is why picture this is second verse is like 2 sentences, but it took me like 2 months, maybe 3 months to write it. Anyways, this one's called Into the Small, It samples another one of my songs. This is like my feel-good song, I think. That's wild, Umbe. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you start with verses. That's incredible, actually. That feels like writing backwards to me. Sorry, I just saw something that shouldn't belong here. Let me just erase that really quick. There we go. Hey, Brandon. Whoa. Sorry, Brandon. I didn't see you come in here. Welcome. I hope everything's been well with you. I hope everything is going okay with your 2021. So I added some harmonies to the Into the Sky, to the the vocals and the hook. I haven't tuned them yet, and I haven't mixed them, but they're there. They're there, and they're turned down pretty low. But I do have 2 more layers, so now the hook is 5 layers instead of 3. And see, that's how fast it happens. That's how easily vocals can get away from me, too complicated, I should say. It's been going okay, Brandon. Thank you. I went through a whole thing on this song about how I built the leads. So this is actually my new keyboard. This one. It's actually my new keyboard, my Yamaha CS. And then I layered it with my Roland Gaia down here. which has a completely different delay on it than my Yamaha CS. And then down here is just Citrus. This comes free with Fruity Loops, this sound. Also has delay on it. And all their delays are different, but when like they're all together on the track, it sounds so like rich. I love this song. This is like undoubtedly my happy song. Are you saying all right, or are we? And the song, it's really nice, by the way. Are we? I'm saying are we? All right. Rim, I'm saying all right, but the L, hold on. All right. The L is silent, I guess. Wait, hold on. All right. No, the L's there. All right. Okay, the L isn't there on the octave up because I can't sing that high and also enunciate at the same time. So it does turn into a white, but the bottom one does have an L in it. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, it's just really light. It's a really light L. It's a soft L. All right. So that's Into the Small. All these titles are subject to change. Whatever. I love that. I love that part. I love it. It's happy. Ah! Okay. You all. I owe you an explanation. So for why I freaked out just now. That I can type, and usually I can hear it through the mic and my headphones. But because I had my voice going through the master, it was causing a very instant delay, and so me typing and hearing the clacking on the delay was like making me misspell everything I was typing. Sorry. This is Funky Monkey. Again, the hip mute guitar that I was talking about earlier. That police sound. This was probably the first song that I used it on and really, really liked it. No verses for this song yet. It's just this on loop, and then I have the hook. So I, for a really long time, did not like my vocals in the song. And I'm like, why don't I like my vocals? They seem to be mixed just like all my other vocals. And I realized what the issue was with my vocals. Nothing. So for a lot of my new disco stuff, like, for example, like Into the Sky, it's like I sang it, Into the Sky, and then I sang it again, Into the Sky. Like I did my own octaves. But for this song, I think it might have been either out of my range or it was just before I was singing my own octaves. No, I won't cry. So what I did instead was just, octave up my voice. Essentially doing the chipmunk thing, But since there's two layers of the chipmunk octave and there's only one layer of me singing it normally, my voice sounds more processed than it has in these newer disco records. Cyber and some other people in the stream that have brought up like the heavy processing of my vocals in the past will know and be able to tell the difference. Like if you're listening to my songs from recently, things like Picture This or Just Believing, it's very clear, or at least much more clear what I'm saying, versus my older songs where I have a lot of the chipmunk octave and a lot of distortion, stuff like that put over my voice, and the lyrics become kind of unclear. And this was how I used to do my vocals, and hearing it now in a more modern song was kind of weirding me out.
No, I won't cry, but I'm alone again. I made this bed that I'm laying in. Those eyes won't hide how hard the path has been. I need a break from who I am. No, I won't cry, but I'm alone again. I need this bed that I'm laying in.
Oh yeah, definitely the chiptune days is when I was doing that.
Those eyes won't hide how hard the path has been. I need a break from who I
Oh. I love the outro to that song. This bit, this bit, is this what reminds you of Sonic Cyber? Oh, you're just saying in general. Do I know the DX7? I love the DX7. The DX7 is a thing that I love and will maybe never own, never own unless Yamaha gets really generous with it. But I don't foresee it. But yeah, it does. You know, there's actually a lot of the Yamaha DXY sounds. Not to like distract or detract from what you're saying, but there's a lot of the Yamaha DX7. There's this dude, I can't remember his name, Greg or something like that. He lives up in the Bay, and I was at his studio, and he had a DX7. I was like, yo, is it cool if I like mess around that? And he was like, yeah. And I think I sat there for like hours, and like every sound I was pulling up, I was like, dang, this sounds like this game. This sounds like this game. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like Yamaha, Japanese company, I don't know, like Sega, Nintendo, Japanese company, maybe they were like, I don't know what always they were using, because I know for a certain amount of time, like you did have to use a lot of the hardware on the console, like to make music with. You couldn't just like make an MP3 and then like send it in and have them add it to the game, like really, really advanced sound. But a lot of the DX7 does remind me of retro games. Like I said that to dude, and he like laughed at me. I don't. Oh, he said something specific to him. Oh, wait, never mind. That was the Juno. I'm talking about something else. But still, the DX7 does remind me of that. Oh, I won't cry. The song's called Dudes. This was another Plunderphonic, like more funky disco, playful funk.
Every time you every time you every time every time every time every time
Crow is asking, where's the Get Up sample from? The Get Up sample comes from the movie Groundhog Day. As part of the Groundhog Day loop, or the time loop, when Tom Hanks wakes up in the morning, he's usually woken up by these radio DJs, and they do say "Get Up." That's where that sample comes from.
every time
Oh my god, I said Tom Hanks. My bad. Yo, that sucks. That sucks because I actually like Bill Murray and I don't really like Tom Hanks. Oh wow. Anyways, yeah, it's from Groundhog Day. Wow, I feel like an idiot. Thanks for catching that though, Cyber. What's funny is I remember saying it. I said it on purpose. Tom Hanks wasn't in that movie.
Every time. Every
kind of trails off from there. But anyways, that song's called Dudes. The reason it's called Dudes is because the it contains a sample from Karate Kids, a sample of these like three like surfer dudes that are supposed to kidnap them. God, that movie was convoluted. But yes, thank you, Brian. There is a lot of like one shots in there for sure. And this was, Cyber is right, like arguably like the first plunderphonic one that was made in the stream. The first intentional plunderphonic, because I took the samples from Three Ninjas, Groundhog, and Groundhog Day, which were the two movies that we had just watched. The Discord. Those were the two movies we had watched. This song's called Dropout. This is super early. Now, Dropout is actually towards the first half of season 2, if not maybe even slightly before season 2 or right after season 2. I could probably go back and find the exact stream that this one was birthed in, but this was like the first like big song. And when I say big song, I mean like I'm scrolling down, like we're at like 53 tracks. This was the first like big song of the stream that I felt like, oh crap, I think I might have like made a song and not just like a fun little sketch or an idea. I actually haven't heard this song in a really long time, so it's like good again for me. Song being a part of a game, Gran Turismo 4. I actually never played Gran Turismo 4. I just played 2 and 3, and then I moved over to Forza. But I imagine it had a good soundtrack. All those games have good soundtracks. I'm still mad at myself for saying Tom Hanks. But thank you, Mushroom Tea. Thank you for saying that. I did work pretty hard on this one. I love these ARPs. They say you never forget your own songs. I haven't heard that in a really long time, but I still remember the lead to it, which made me feel pretty good. Next song's called Cookie Pouch, which was also pretty early. Cookie Pouch is actually where the sample from Into the Small comes from. Like, do-do-do-da. That song samples the hook from this song. And this song, I'm actually a little uncomfortable, but I probably can put it out anyway, especially after I heard Against All Logic just like straight up sample Beyonce, and somehow that was on Spotify. Because this is Jimmy Fallon's voice, and it buggers me. I just chopped it up, used a MIDI fighter. So what I was trying to do with this song was like play with the idea of having a really, really repetitive but danceable majority of the song, but then just with like a little sprinkle of chords and melody in this bit. As kind of like a break, like a reprieve from all of the more so basic house elements of the song. Yeah, and so then you end up having like the big, when the chords come in, it's more of like a nice break. There is a build to it. I talked in yesterday's stream about restraint and songwriting, and this was a really difficult thing for me to do, to have the majority of the song not have chords, and to only really deliver the chords in the very end, and the bass line. I sure can, Cyber. Hold on. So the Jimmy clip. What is that man saying? It's very good. It's very good is the thing. No, I don't want it. I don't want it to pull up this one. Oh, I misspelled Fallon. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Abort. Oh, please abort. I've misspelled Fallon's name. It's looking. You're never gonna find him. You're never gonna find that one. That's not him. Sorry, everybody. I tried to do something smart, but I misspelled his name and it didn't do the thing. Of course, I could always just go by like pressing the actual things, but I don't want to do it that way. I don't want to do it that way. I've decided I don't want to do it that way, but I know where I can easily go to find it. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to. Because now I'm curious. The funny thing is I have it saved under the episode, so it's like it says Jimmy Fallon's monologue, President Obama. It's President Obama's birthday, Shark Week. But I mean, obviously that doesn't actually give me any information. But now I want to know. So I'm pretty sure it would be in here, and then it would be. Oh my! Wait, hold on. Okay, I didn't find it. Okay, I gotta keep looking. I was gonna freak out if I just scrolled directly to it somehow in my like hundreds and thousands of samples, if I somehow managed to find it just like that.
Big South Alice Rick Bench. 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 Big South Alice Rick. Big South Alice Rick Bench. 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 Big South Alice Rick. Big South Alice Rick Bench. Big South Alice Rick Bench. Big South Alice Rick Bench.
Wow. Hold on. Oh my god. You know what I might be able to do actually? No, it wouldn't be in there. It wouldn't be in there. Oh, I'm like dedicated. And I know this like isn't good streaming, but like now I like really want to find it. Cuz what I could do is like merge all of the cuts, or I could I could merge. Yeah, I could merge all the cuts, but then that would ruin the sample itself. And I don't know that I want to do that. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Wait, oh, crap. That actually did it. All right, well, this is what the original sample is. The original sample is...
Oh, wow, fantastic. Welcome, everybody. That makes me feel so good. Welcome to Late Night with Jimmy Fallon.
Yo, you know what? If I just play the entire thing, I'm pretty sure I'll, like, copyright strike myself. Let me actually look... Let me actually look for what he says it. Where does he say it? Boom, 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 boom. You know, and this is also one of the tracks that I don't like super like love on at face value. Let's not play the whole thing. This isn't really one of the tracks that I like love at face value, but I would say it's one of the ones that accomplishes the most time. It's one of the ones that accomplishes the most. Sorry, it's the one of the songs that accomplishes the most with like the least amount of actual music happening there, if that makes sense. Because if I go to Homie, because here's the thing, here's the problem. The original clip, Cyber, is the entire episode of Jimmy Fallon. But I have like...
We're talking about big sports news today. Just announced that Alex Rodriguez has been suspended from...
He's talking about sports.
We're talking about big sports news today. Just announced that Alex Rodriguez has been suspended from...
We've got big sports news today. I've just been released that Alan Rodriguez...
Just announced that Alex Rodriguez...
It's just announced that Alex Rodriguez has been suspended. Why did I do this? What was wrong with me?
Big just announced
That's wild. Why did I do
that
this?
Alex Rodriguez has been suspended from baseball for 200.
Has been suspended from baseball for
Alex
what?
Rodriguez has been suspended from baseball for 200.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. That's what Jimmy Fallon sounds like to me anyway. Alex Rodriguez got released. Alex Rodriguez got suspended for baseball for some reason, and I made a song.
Big Alex Rodriguez.
Hmm. It's really sad sounding. Anyways, the thumpy bass was something that I had to delay until the very end of the song, which was a lot of restraint for me. This bit. Wait, let me play with the chords so it has context. Bass, everything that the bass comes from baseball. The bass. Where's the Desh Hut come from? What? Where am I getting that? Where is that sample coming from? Oh wait, that sample's coming from. That sample's here. Wow. So the Desh Hut is the den from Suspended. Wait, suspend. It's the pen from Suspended. And it's the X from Alex. And and it's the H from Has. From Has Been Suspended. Big sports. And then the big comes from Big Sport. It comes from Big Sports. And then the bass here would be coming from baseball. Right here. And then I use the def from Suspended again.
space 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 space.
Why though? Why did I do that? And then this one is
Big Mouth Alice Rick.
it's wait, what is he saying?
Here's what people. Here's what people are talking about.
Here's what people are talking about. And I just bent his upwards. Here's what people are talking about. Big sports news. This is not the first time that I've sampled Jimmy Fallon. This isn't a song from the stream. This is not a song from the stream, but just for like kicks and giggles, I'm going to open the other song. I've actually sampled Jimmy Fallon. I've sampled Jimmy Fallon a scary amount of times, I want to say, is what. Like, if there's anybody I've sampled more times than any other human, it might be Jimmy Fallon. It's just because I have that. Somebody said something to me about, like, like Plunderphonics, like, a long time ago, and I was like, oh, I'll just take this, like, episode of Jimmy Fallon, President Obama's birthday, Shark Week, and build music around it, and, like, what the heck? The funny thing about it is it's like, yeah, Cyber's saying this is ancient Omni Boy production, and that's what's funny. It's like, that's how long I've had this episode of Jimmy Fallon's monologue. Like, I've had this episode of Jimmy Fallon. Like, I don't collect samples very often. What I'll usually do is I'll download, like, on average, I would say that I rip, I don't know, like, I'll add maybe 20 new samples to my folder a year, which in the grand scheme of things isn't very often, or isn't very much, sorry. During this stream, I have upped that because you guys have, like, submitted samples, but I downloaded this episode of Jimmy Fallon, like, years and years ago, and I have mined so many tiny things out of it. Like, I broke down a song in the past. I broke down, I think it was Thumper, and Thumper at a certain part of it has the sound of Buzz Lightyear's, like, helmet closing, and it's like, yeah, I have a few, like, pieces of sound from Toy Story that I have just taken, like, even, like, little, like microseconds from, milliseconds from, I swear. Just, like, little, like, oh, this is the sound of, like, Woody hitting the floor, and I've, like, taken that Foley and, like, layered it with some claps and been like, yeah, this is good. But it's just been, like, floating around, like, this Jimmy Fallon crap, it's gotta stop. It needs to stop. It needs to stop. I have control.
Down, you guys feeling good tonight? Down, you guys feeling good tonight? Down, you guys feeling good tonight?
That's so funny. It is a fun song. I do find joy in that. It's like full of stuff, says Rem, that fits together somehow. Yes, you have defined plunderphonics. It's just full of stuff, and you just kind of try to make it work. You just shoehorn stuff in, and sometimes it doesn't work, but I do like you guys feeling good tonight? Night. I like that the crowd comes in, too, because it works as a riser.
You guys feeling good tonight?
They're like, yeah. Wait, hold on for 1 second. Let me just use just the crowd really quick. That's sick. Whoa. I might need to start using that as a riser. That's sick. That's sick. What the heck? Oh! Guys, don't let me forget to do that. That's so good. That is so good. Thanks, Jimmy. Oh, thank you, Jimmy. It's not even his voice. It's just all those like hooligans that I guess paid to be there. Yeah. That's cool. I mean, for a really long time, I would take and still do, when we went over Just Believing, there was some of that in Just Believing, but I take the sample of kids saying yay, and I'll usually reverse it and use it as a riser, so the kids are doing that like, yeah, like that, like cheer. And I've got to set that as a unique sample and remember. I'm not going to forget. To do that. Okay, so anyways, wow, we spent more time there than I thought we were going to. This next track is called Bus Fare. This was also one of the earlier songs from season 2, because again, this was when I was like making jazz records or jazzy, funky records, and then sampling them to make like beats instead of like house tracks. Oh, word up. Hey, Mushroom, put it in the Discord so I can actually access it after the stream ends. Brandon, I'm trying. Right, Cyber? This song feels like years ago to me now. It still fits though. I still do like it in the context of the newer ones.
Waffles make me angry. Yeah, I'm gonna do this again.
The funny thing is I am playing this, right? I'm playing this song. But the reason I know that this song technically predates season 2 is because this song gets its name Bus Fare from the fact that it was made in the 175th stream, which is 175 is how much it costs to take the bus in LA. So by suggestion from somebody in the stream, I ended up naming it Bus Fare. So this is actually before season 2, but at the end of season 1, I didn't do like a big, here's what we made in season 1 because there just wasn't that many tracks yet. And so there's this. This was Bus Fare. Da, 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 da. So I'm not going to spend too much time there. That was one of the earlier ones, pre-season 2. Bus Fare, I made like a little funky jazzy thing and then just sampled it because I do like the sound of like boppy sampled jazz. And I was like, I can make at least like rudimentary jazz. The funny thing is, like, as a jazz musician, would I consider myself a jazz musician? Absolutely not. Because there's people that do make and play actual jazz that would look at whatever I'm doing and like sneer is maybe the nicest thing I can see that they would do. So I don't consider myself a jazz musician, but when we're talking about sampling, you don't have to be a convincing jazz musician if you're just going to sample the track anyway. It's just like when I make like those future funky tracks, like it doesn't have to sound like clean, pristine, super clear, believable, convincing city pop for you to just sample it and make future funk with it, because a lot of the dynamics and intricacies that go into the initial song are going to be lost when you sample it anyway. So this song is called Boss of Fire. I played this in its entirety maybe last production stream because it had some progress. Also very old. Also an older one. Sorry, Cyber saying I wish Lindsay would have cleared her voice sample. Scared me. Anytime somebody says clear samples, I like seize up. I like freak out. But that's funny. Yeah. Lindsay had it taken out. Clear these samples. Own your masters.
I let you down. I guess you're not alone. Falling out of love. You seem better now.
The I'm gonna do this again, I think it's Jesse.
Thinking maybe I should take out my phone and send you a text. Is that loud?
I think that's who it is. I'm pretty sure.
Or maybe I'll keep searching. We'll keep searching. We'll keep searching for somebody to believe in. Somebody to believe in. Somebody to believe in. Somebody to believe in. Somebody to believe.
So this song and several others on this list are better examples of tracks that were very, very simple. You know, their working parts are very, very bland, but coming together makes it like a good song. I was more focused on trying to make just a good pop-focused song as opposed to a very complicated, complex, confusing one.
Somebody to believe in. Somebody to believe in. Somebody to believe in. Somebody to believe. Somebody to believe.
That's pretty funny, Umbe. So that's that song. That song was tentatively titled Bossifier. The name is definitely going to change. All these titles are going to change, but that was just me more so trying to build like a very basic song. When you listen to the bass line isn't too busy. Very slow in a pocket. Also 110, very slow BPM, the piano bit. Not super layered either, just the one layer of piano. When you get to the choir, just very basic choir chords. Very, very basic stuff. I actually went up while it was playing. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I went up and I opened this kick because I do love the way this kick sounds. It does have a lot of low end on it. When it's played by itself, it sounds so bland and basic, but in the ensemble, I do like the way that like cuts through the mix. Anyways, we only got like two maybe more left. There's this song that really hasn't advanced at all. It's still just an idea. I probably should have played this in the section that I was playing the sketches. I'll show you slow, says Brian, working on that 33 BPM track. Word up. What do I know? What do I know about slow? What do I know about fast? I'm right smack dab in the middle. I'm making songs at a very reasonable speed at all times. 125. This is just basically another sketch. I still have to do the vocals for this, but I'm very excited to. Because this song feels very basic. You got your chords, you got your bass, but there's nothing else really being added. And so once I add the vocals, I'll be able to kind of like sprinkle a lot of stuff around it, which I'm looking forward to. But it doesn't really go anywhere. I have some tentative vocal melodies for the hook coming up with vocoder, but that's it. No actual lyrics. It doesn't really go. It kind of loops from there, loops that. The next, and I think I don't want to speak too soon, but I feel like this is the last one. I feel like this is this is at the bottom of the list anyway. Like if there are more, then I have either forgotten them, deleted them, or moved them to folders that I no longer go in or recognize. But this last one was called Me Mine. Somebody in the stream calls it EK Emily. EK Emily being an Wait. Anyways, EK Emily being an anagram of key lime, which is the main sample on this song. Key lime is just being played backwards in the beginning, and that's where I get the initial chord progression and the melody from, and then I build off of it. What? Oh, man. It basically loops that. We have a nice little bridge section here. I think I am going to add a piano outro to that, actually, now that I've heard what it sounds like for the first time right now. It does push it over 4 minutes, but I don't care for this particular song because this one's pretty. This one isn't a dance song. I'm allowing it to be over 4 minutes. Umbe has a full essay of lyrics for that song that's called Overhead, tentatively. Isn't this like your type of song, Umbe? Says yeah, it sure is. Ram. Okay, I think that I'm just double checking, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Bus Fire, Cookie Pouch, Dropbox, Dudes, Funky Monkey, Into the Small, Jumble Butt, Just Believing Me, Mine, Overhead, Picture This, Talk, Box, and hold on, wait, what's this? Whoa, what's this? There's just a track in here called Untitled. Oh, I think this is just drums. Yeah, I think this is just drums. Never mind. I was like working on something and it's just drums. Turns out. Yeah. I was working on this last night. I was trying to figure out like what would be like good chords or something to put over it. Those are not them. Those are not the chords for the job. Dang it, Omni. All right. Anyways, the Cursed Untitled Project. I'll figure out something to do with that. Those mystery drums. The work done to that last track was nice. Thank you, Cyber. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, that covers all those. And then in the studio folder, we did 300. We did Beena Man. We did Boba. We did Booba's theme. Boba and Booba. We did Booba's theme. We did Chicken Jazz. We did Con Man. We did Golden Voice. We did Lion King. We did Night Fire. We did On the Move. We did Orbital Space, Pearly, Send Me, Shower. Wait, did I do Send Me? Yeah, we did Send Me, Showered, Shuffle, Something Blue, Spronk, Static, Sunflower, Train Sounds, Yamaha Watch, ESD, Nil. We did Banana Pudding. We did Ambient Riff. We did Towelette. We did everything. So the tracks from season 1 and 2 that we didn't play today, because there were a few, just didn't make it. They were like rough sketches. They didn't end up going anywhere, or they were corrupted and lost, or they didn't save. Or I didn't save them, rather. But the tracks that I played in the very end, those are the ones that are like potential, and those are probably going somewhere, probably going to get released at some point, slated, finished, second verses and all that. I'm done for it. But going into season 3, as things change, I am going to be starting from scratch. New season, new tracks. And so I don't know what that is necessarily, or what that's going to sound like. I think the cool thing about season 2, or at least the thing that I particularly liked about season 2, was that it didn't really precede any, it preceded releases, Like season 1 and season 2, I was making music that I hadn't released recently. The last thing that I put out was Quick Breath and Ego Death, and I liked going into a season, or going into production streams making something that I wouldn't normally be expected from me. And obviously things like Dropout, like since you guys come into streams often, you've heard things like Dropout, you've heard things like Picture This a lot now, and so it sounds regular, it sounds normal. But for the majority of the people that listen to my music, for the majority of people that are aware of me, this is a jarring switch from my last release, which was Ego Death. Anything that I've put out between Ego Death and now was like The View, which doesn't really sound like this stuff, and it was the remix of that Tom track. Both of which, don't necessarily line up perfectly with the type of music that I'm making right now. So that being said, going into season 3 is going to be a little weird, just because mentally, I'm not past this like Plunderphonics disco stuff, and so I would like to ideally have it be like, oh, a new season, a new leaf. We're going to be making a different type of music. But I think that since I haven't truly gotten that funky stuff, the fun funky stuff out of my system, we're probably going to have quite a bit of that into season 3. As part of the stuff that's being baked into the season, like segments and stuff like that, and more audience participation, I'll still have like maybe a larger door for like people to say like, hey, maybe try making a song in this BPM, or maybe try making a song with these instruments, or maybe try making a song with this bit of inspiration. You know, like I'll try to widen it up more to that, to the people, so it isn't just kind of me like spinning my gears like in front of you all. And if you don't want to contribute, that's fine. I'm just opening the door for people that do want to contribute. For example, Rem last stream suggesting 150, or even Cyber suggesting sampling Going Nowhere. These are really like subtle suggestions, but maybe going forward we make them a little bit more opaque and a little bit more directed, you know. I still have a few minutes left of the stream because we did start a little bit late. So hopefully that's something that can be like improved and changed going into the next season. Also, I do want to thank, there's going to be a lot of thanks going around. Probably some more thanks in the Discord as well, but I do want to thank everybody that submitted samples. Obviously, during this season, that was a big help. Definitely, like two of the shiniest tracks from the litter with Just Believing in Picture This wouldn't been able to happen without you guys. So I do appreciate that. Thank you for sending those in. Also, thank you in general for being always really appreciative in the production stream. The production stream only happens once a week, but it is very long. And sometimes I don't come in with the juice, guys. For those of you that, like, there's definitely some of you that have showed up early, and I don't know how apparent it is, but sometimes I ain't got the juice. And so I do appreciate you guys being, like, patient through the juiceless hours when I finally strike something that's somewhat interesting or memorable. So I do appreciate that. I'm probably going to try... Wow, that's non-committal as heck. I'm going to try to, like, organize some type of, like, movie thing tonight, or Among Us or something. If nothing does happen, it's the beginning of the weekend, so we can always do something, like, a little bit later in the weekend. I know sometimes it's nice to have a break. You guys have been spending pretty much all day here, so, or at least all of my day, and so I don't want to take up too much of everybody's time, but yeah, that you got the juice and you forgot the smoothie. I definitely forgot the smoothie. You know, when I went to go use the bathroom, I thought I should go make a smoothie now. You know, I've already stepped away. It would only take a few moments, but it's so hard. It's so hard to break once I have like a momentum. I got to do that. I got to stop overestimating my ability to break momentum because I can't do it. I had to walk away. Did you say how long the season 2 and season 3 break is going to be? I did not say how long it's going to be. It'll be at the very least, a week long. But probably a little bit longer than 1 week, because I do have some other stuff. It's like I have to work on the new stream, but I also have to catch up on some other work that has been kind of neglected for the past few weeks. And I was like sick, so I kind of fell behind on a lot of stuff. So this break is not only going to be like a prep of season 3, but just like me generally catching up on everything and trying to get my life back on the rails. The more we pay, don't say that. It's not true. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I appreciate anything, but yeah, a week at least. But I'll be active in the Discord, and as those last minute changes are being made to season 3, if you had any suggestions, you can still always talk about them in the Discord and tag me. And I'll see what I can do about them. I've talked about this before in the stream. I don't know who all heard it. I know some of you did, but just in case you didn't, and since this is the finale, I will say earlier on, I talked about possibly doing like a whole Streamlabs thing for the Monday through Thursday stream, you know, the stream over there. And that's still something I'm like considering, but it's just a little bit harder because of how whack my internet is. You know, I feel like I keep getting lucky with these Friday streams. A lot of times right after the stream is over, my internet just like dies. It's like it has been super like patient with me or something, and then it just dies for like 15 minutes. Oh, but thank you, Cyber. Thank you for doing that because that is a thing that I don't know how to do. Yeah, that is a thing that I don't know how to do. A few of like the tentative changes that we talked about for the stream, because in season 3, another thing that I wanted to talk about is that pretty much for the entirety of season 2 and for a huge chunk of season 1, guys, I have not really been like on social media. I've kind of been like minding my own business. And for season 3, I did say I wanted to be around. I wanted to be like putting stuff out like Instagram and Twitter and stuff like that. So that's another reason why season 3 is going to take a little while. I don't necessarily want season 3 to happen in the same like pocket dimension that this one has, where it's like away from Twitter, away from Instagram, away from everything, and just on YouTube. And part of that was also me thinking about if I wanted season 3 to even be on YouTube, or if I wanted to switch to a different place, if I wanted to go to Twitch, or I wanted to go to some place where I've been like weighing the pros and cons on platforms as well. So there's been a lot of that. But I think that is it for season 3 news. For season 2, we just sorry. For season 2, we I don't want to hear this. I'm getting like the wildest amount of notifications right now that I don't want to hear. So that's how season 2 is like. We're coming to a close. I just wanted to do a review and let people know all of the things that we made, so that going forward I can feel more comfortable about having like a kind of a clean slate. Yeah, no, it was me. Sorry, everybody. Wow. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that's all of the songs that we made in season 2. The one that's playing right now is called Pearly. It was the final ambient track, which I'm definitely gonna do something with. I'm very fond of this song. And I guess I'll be in the Discord. I'm going to play Hush Hour after I go through over the news, which there really isn't much of. That was kind of all the news. The only other news that I have to say is that I don't know if I told everybody, but I did have to go get a COVID test, and it was negative, so that's cool. And my stomach virus that I had seems to be gone. I'm still a little like weird in the mornings, but maybe that's just my life now. Maybe I'm just kind of sick every morning now. But other than that, yeah, I think everything's gonna be chill, at least inside of my body. As far as like with career and world stuff, I have no idea. It's a weird time right now. But Signals, Tall Tales, House of Omni, Nice Dream, Love Dream, Speed Dream, Daydream, Lust Dream, Quick Breath, and Ego Death. All are available on Bandcamp, SoundCloud, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, Google Play, Amazon MP3, Tidal, Groove, Deezer, Pandora, Napster, and YouTube, which is what I'm streaming on right now. Shout out to YouTube, I guess. I don't know. Shout out to Google for allowing this to happen for as long as it's happened. Goodness gracious. He is doing a Scriblio thing soon, says Alpha. Actually, probably in a few minutes. Ooh, I love me some Ahi. Word up. Thank you for letting me know. I am going to now play Hush Hour. If you had any last minute comments or questions about season 3 or just about anything in general, during Hush Hour, shoot them at me, and then I'll do them before we close. Oh, Crow's gonna miss it. Well, I'm glad that I gave you a sense of ease, Crow. Honestly, that's great. You know, I feel like throughout season 1 and season 2, you have definitely been tied to Hush Hour. I'm glad that you enjoy it. You know, sometimes I feel like you don't enjoy it so much, but I'm glad that you enjoy it when you do. And it's still gonna be in the morning medley. It just won't be at the end. You know, you can still request it, and I'll still play it. It just, yeah, it's not. It's no longer going to be the final, you know, closing track of the stream. Alpha says, how do you feel your overall mood has changed compared to season 1 and 2? Do you feel you're a better, worse, different, same life situation? I'm going to say that I'm much worse. I mean, if I'm being honest, because like season 1, you know, season one things were generally better in season 1, right? I mean, and I don't mean that like that to be a complaint or anything. It's just like life wise, if we're talking about life stuff, season 1 was I think things were going generally better in life. Season 2 was fun. The problem is morning medley has coincided with a very weird time in my life and the world in general. I don't think it has much to do with morning medley, but I think morning medley went from being a like a thing that I did on the side to the only thing that I could do. And I think towards the beginning, I mean, I have a literal playlist of songs called Quarantunes, where it was like, these are like fun songs I'm going to make once a week until quarantine's over. And then like when it became clear that quarantine was not going anywhere anytime soon, it was like, this is not sustainable, right? So like things are generally worse, but I think that right now at the end of season 2, I've adjusted, right? I think the growing pains are over, right? So it like started off fun, and then it was really, really tough, and now it's like it's getting easier. I think like I've like patterned out my life or built my schedule so it's not so difficult to do things or to like generally feel good. But if we're talking as a musician, I do think I've grown a lot as a musician and as a producer in the morning medleys, both the Monday through Thursday one and the Friday one. I think that these are very important for me for growth. In the same way that, you know, practicing piano once a day is really important for growth. Like being able to spend this much time in and around music is invaluable when it comes to growing as a musician. And I think that the fact that I have this kind of strict schedule around spending time in and around music, it helps keep me, you know, it helps keep me discovering new things. And I think that that's very important. I think if I didn't have to do the morning medley, I'm not saying I wouldn't make music, but I would spend significantly less time with my instruments and significantly less time exploring sounds and melodies and chords. And having the morning medley there is in its own kind of like brute force way an inspiration, like to help keep me like, okay, I can't play the same 3 songs every day. I have to like try to work out something new. And that can be kind of nice. Tomorrow is the 23rd of January. 123, baby. Make a wish. My wish is that I will survive until 124. Did quarantine ever really start for some people? Well, I mean, no. I mean, this is true. I think, yeah, for some people it never started. For some people it might never end, right? But yeah, you're absolutely right. But yeah, that's it. I'm really bad about ending things, you know, in general. Ending phone conversations, I'm definitely the person that just says, well, all right, and I hope for the other person to kind of do the proper formalities in closing the conversation, or else I'll just stay there forever. So I don't want to eat up too much of your people's time. I do want to, for, you know, one last time, to thank you everybody for being respectful to me and polite to each other, not even just for today's 300 stream, but really for all the streams before 300 and for all the streams before 1. I wish that I had like a cool like backlog timeline, like you have the years like AD and BC. I wish I had like morning medley BC, where because there was like hundreds of streams before stream morning medley number 1. Like I wish that there was like negative, you know, like stream 63 BC, you know. I wish that was something. But anywho, yeah, it's been a lot of streams, so thank you everybody that's been very respectful to me and polite to each other, both in the streams, in the Instagram streams way back then, in the Periscope streams, in the Discord. if season 3 starts up and you know, your life changes, or you have a job, or you have a kid or whatever, and you can't make it into the streams, I do thoroughly appreciate that you guys were able to spend this much time in them. And I hope to see you once I start back up for season 3. But if not, yeah, enjoy yourself. I think that's it. I think that, and I will remember to check my PMs. Thank you, Cyber, for reminding me. The short film you sent me. Oh, ask me in Discord, because I think I did talk about it. Maybe you just didn't see. Yeah, we can talk about it in Discord. I'll be around. But yeah, thank you, everybody. That was pretty good. That was decent. I need food. I'm gonna go eat though, guys. I'm gonna go eat something. Abo, everybody, enjoy your weekend.